All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started 5 minutes early since they're ready to go. You're ready to go. Silence your cell phones. Keep a quiet room. Respect the team presenting. If you're in the room, please don't go out of the room. Open and close the door. Let's wait until the presentation's over. And then it'll be 15-minute presentation. He'll give a 2-minute warning when you're coming to the end, and then we'll have questions. The floor is yours. Thank you.
I think we should not do introductions with the microphone.
Okay.
And then we'll just pass when we speak for our sides.
You don't have to know the reach.
Unless we want to
You
come.
don't have to rotate. Unless you want to come. Yeah. So we're not passing. No, we're going to rotate it. Is that
Okay. Sorry about that. Good morning, judges, and thank you for being here with us today as we present our community Summerlin West at Boulder Field. Before we delve into the details of our project, I want to introduce myself and my team. My name is Fabian, and I am the market analyst.
My name is Natasha, and I'm the product designer.
My name is Travis. I'm the GIS analyst. My name is Richard. I'm the scheduler.
I'm Christian, I'm the field manager.
I'm Josh. I'm the financial advisor.
So here's our executive summary and a quick overview of Boulder Field. So we are acquiring 48 acres and proposing a total of 168 units following the Grand Park District design, SF2 mid-density. Additionally, we are expecting the project to be completed within 5 years and 7 months. Moving on to financials, we see that we are projecting a 27.9% IRR with a purchase price of $55 million and an absorption rate of 3 per household and a average sale price of $1.3 million. So here are some key demographic data for our 3-mile radius. As we can see, there has been a 14.8% increase from 2010 to 2023. The household size average is 2 per household, with the median age being 46. Something to notice here at the household income is that 19% within the 3-mile radius make it $200,000 of income. Here is a quick amenities map showing our project Boulder Field. Something to notice is that on top of parcels K and L, there's an open space called Grand Park, and at close proximity, there is the Red Rock Canyon, which will offer our residents a lot of outdoor activities. And as we move south towards downtown Summerlin, there's going to be opportunities to have fun. There's an open mall, some country clubs, golf courses, and different amenities that our residents, if they don't want to make the travel to Las Vegas Strip, they can have some fun at a 10-minute drive from our parcels. And lastly, we are 20 minutes away from the Las Vegas Strip. Here are some 2 key market trends that we decided are very important for our analysis. As we can see, for the annual starts, there was 103 starts for our homes priced at $1 million and above. Additionally, for the annual closings, there was 141, which we, through our analysis, demonstrated that this is a great opportunity for Burns development. As we can see at the builder scatter plot, a lot of the builders like Lennar, Pulte, Woodside, Toll Brothers, KB, to name a few, some of them have decided to focus on the 800s and lower square footage, while we have decided to go on to the different, if you can move on, different competitions, which, as we can see, we are competing with TriPoint, Lennar, and Pulte homes, which are priced $1 million and above. We, as a lot of these projects are phasing out, Lennar actually closed out a couple months ago, so we have decided that as they're phasing out, we're going to take this advantage to take some of the market share for our homes priced at $1 million.
We have 3 segments of our target market. The first being the executive, so high-earning professionals. The second being family-seeking prestigious residents, so again, a high-income household. And then finally, property investors with a special interest or experience in the Las Vegas market. So amongst our products, we offer a range of 2,700 to 3,250 square feet between 4 to 6 bedrooms, 2.5 to 5 baths, and 2 to 3 car garages. Amongst our products, we have 3 different layouts, each with 3 different elevations, and the base price begins at a little over $1 million and ends at $1.3 million. Each of our homes has a high level of architectural detail, and buyers have the option to customize certain elements of their home. The most prominent being structural differences, so all of the buyers have an option to add a pool, and then they can add certain features such as a patio, a push-out, roof extensions, or convert a bedroom to an office. And then, of course, they get to choose some of the minor details such as exterior and interior paint, flooring, cabinetry, countertops, and electrical finishes.
Our site design consists of 40.43 buildable acres with a density of 4.15 dwelling units per acre, total of 168 square foot units. This is due to the limitations in sewer and water in the criteria drawings. And our lot sizes are a width of 60 feet with a depth of 105 to 120 feet. Geospatial analysis revealed there was a large stormwater drainage channel running through the middle of the parcels, K and L. So we determined it would be best to fill this, install an 8-foot concrete culvert, and backfill it in order to offer a seamless design of our site layout. As you can see at the top, we have 3 pedestrian access points, the primary being in the northwest corner, allowing our residents direct access to the trailhead leading outside of the residence. We have our secondary pedestrian access paired with the 24-foot emergency egress in the middle of the northern part of the map. And then we have our pedestrian access, our tertiary pedestrian access to the northeast. Overall, we have 8 lot premiums ranging from $30,000 up to $100,000, which is 2 to 7% of our average sales price, averaging $49,000 in lot premiums. Our top 4 lot premiums consist of the cul-de-sac, which is offering the largest square footage, highlighted in red. We have adjacent to park and open space, highlighted in blue. Our corner lots highlighted in yellow, and top of the hill with no rear neighbor, offering spectacular views of downtown Las Vegas, highlighted in orange.
The primary construction vehicle entrance is located at the top of the lot to keep construction equipment, mud, and noise away from the model homes so that the touring process is as appealing as possible. Then we've changed our phasing plan to have phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 will have the entire grading for the entire development and horizontal and vertical construction for 60% of the homes, which will be 101 units. Then phase 2 will be horizontal and vertical construction for the other 40% of the homes, which will be 67 units. Then phase 1 horizontal will begin in August 2024 and continue until June 2025. Phase 2 horizontal will begin in January 2027 and go until September of 2027. On average, construction of a single home will be 4.5 months, and if phase 1 homes aren't selling at our expected absorption rate, then phase 2 horizontal and vertical could be pushed back. Then with sustainability, when it comes to project management, our subcontractors will be contractually obligated to follow our sustainable practices. This includes conserving water, efficient equipment usage, reducing waste, and recycling. Within our homes, there will be a lot of sustainable practices. This includes greater gray water systems, which will greatly reduce water, zero scaping, low VOC materials, and a lot more, which is listed.
So looking at our cost estimate, we're going to be focusing on 4 main sections. The first being total horizontal construction costs, the second being total vertical construction costs, third is our home cost breakdown, and finally is our cost per square foot. So looking at our land development and horizontal construction costs, we see our land acquisition of $55 million, as stated earlier, which calculates to $327,000 per lot. Our total horizontal costs are at $12.4 million, calculating to $74,000 per lot, and we have a VDL of 23.8%. Moving on to vertical construction costs, we are at $80.6 million. And as you see on the screen, we have broken down our 3 homes by square footage, construction costs, and our varying cost per square foot. We want to emphasize on the bottom left that our average square foot of $160, we did this because we want to ensure consistency throughout our financial analysis. Moving on to project management, we want to highlight 2 of our main managers, the first being our land development manager and the second being our vertical project manager, as well as the partners who will be working with them day to day. Moving on to our last project management side, we believe that safety is the #1 priority on our site. We will be ensuring this with a safety manager on site during all working hours to ensure that employees, trades, partners, and even customers are following OSHA guidelines. Noise will be mitigated through the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and erosion will be controlled through items such as silt fences, tributary barriers, and runoff socks. Lastly, we want to look at cleanliness as we understand that customers can walk onto the site and into their home at any second of any day, so we ensure our trades, employees, and everyone is keeping the site as well as the homes clean.
Our sales and marketing director will have 5+ years of experience, averaging a GCI of $200,000. They're going to have deep connections within the Las Vegas resale market, and we'll have 2 youthful agents working with them hand in hand to be able to greet and lead prospective buyers through the model home to ensure that all leads are captured. We're going to hold events for both the Grand Park community, integrating our design within the overall scheme, as well for LVR, Las Vegas Realtors, leading buyers' trusted representatives to our park and the surrounding amenities such as Grand Canyons, going on hikes, also to restaurants nearby such as North Italia. Our goal is to have 8 pre-sold homes by our grand model home grand opening ceremony. For marketing, the Boulderfield narrative is going to be life on the rocks. For family, this both inspires adventure, leading their kids to a place where they can grow both in nature, leaving them having a 20-minute access to their downtown office locations. For older couples, this is a place of sophistication that our attention to detail that the homes have garnered deserve. Our digital strategy is slowly trickling out content. First, with renderings of the overall grand scheme, giving it both the perspective of Grand Canyon, of the Red Rock Canyons, and in the proximity to downtown, while also using visual mediums such as meta content to be able to give people a visual understanding of what their life will look like. Now, we won't skip over traditional advertising, making sure each advertising has a QR code that sends people through the digital marketing scheme, giving our sales and marketing director leads, which they can convert. Our financial analysis, the $55 million price tag we believe is more than feasible, with 168 units and the price per lot of $327,000. Our 3 units per month is very comparative with the competitive analysis, while Arches at $1.8 million only sold at 2 units per month. Carmel Cliffs and Kings Canyon are sold at 4 units and 5 units per month, respectively. Our projected IRR, through further analysis, is the unlevered IRR, as we want to focus on the returns corporate is giving us. Our profit is $72 million, and that is our unlevered net cash flow. While interest rates are projected from the Fed to decrease in the furthering year, even if they are to increase due to unforeseen circumstances, the IRR is still at 24%, with the base sales price at $61 million, only dropping the profit by $9 million. Now, if interest rates do continue to level out or even decrease, increasing the base price by 5%, we can see the IRR increases by 4%, increasing profit by $11 million. Now, construction prices, while they also have started to level out, if they do increase, the projected IRR is projected only decrease by 2.5%, lowering profit by only a total of $8 million. Now, they do, as I've mentioned, they've projected to stabilize or even decrease. Our studies show that the profit will increase by $8 million. Each of our homes will have extensive warranties, making sure that people can trust that their homes are working for them, not against them. And as mentioned, we will be following OSHA guidelines to the T, making sure that we're holding all stakeholders in the highest regard. Our goal is to make sure that We do not want any safety or any issues for our workers as we value our subcontractors and the people that are making this project possible. As mentioned, our strategic phasing allows us versatile assets and flexibility throughout the construction process, as we believe that is the most important thing for corporate. Thank you guys so much for listening to us. This has been Boulder Field by DU. We look forward to any and all questions you may have. Thank you.
Just start down here then? Yeah? All right. Great work, guys. I appreciate that in your schedule you included some entitlement timelines and making sure that you got all your CDs approved. But I do have a question about the timeline. I'm looking at your summary in your performa, and it appears that you're collecting revenue for 24 homes in 2025, but according to your schedule, you're not having a home completion until it looks like mid-October. So what is your actual starts and sales pace, and how do you plan on being able to hit 24 homes by the end of 2025?
Great question. As mentioned, our goal is to have 8 pre-sold homes by that model opening ceremony. I believe, I don't know if it's October or if it's September, but our goal is to have that absorption rate at 3 units per month. And also with the interest we've garnered from the model opening grand ceremony and making sure that we're having a 6 months lead up of sales and marketing, our goal is to garner interest, garner attention to the community, where that averages out at that 3 units per month on average. So that's how we got to 24, and that's why our IRR has been able to be boosted from that extra measures.
Just keep in mind that you're not collecting revenue until the home is closed. You're signing contract, and there's, things could happen, cancellations, the buyer could end up not qualifying. So you don't actually collect that revenue until those keys are handed over to the homeowner and that deed is in their name. So I hear what you're saying is that your sales pace would hit 24, but you're not actually going to be collecting revenue on all 24 of those homes because your home completion rate would not equal 24 by the end of 2025.
Totally understand, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. This looks like a fantastic project. What I didn't see in your presentation was the land development cost. Do you have a budget for that, and how is that developed?
Yeah, so we have, we just have our total, and we could go back to the slides if you'd like, but we have our total, horizontal cost of $12.4 million. Now we understand this is a little low as one would think, but with the $55 million land acquisition, it's based off the market around us as well as the location. So our total horizontal cost is at 12.4.
Did you prepare a budget with unit pricing for, utilities, streets?
Yeah, we did. Grading, we have 200,000. Streets or asphalt, we have 950,000. Concrete is at 1.2. Utilities are at 1.1. Let me see.
Is that in the package? Did I miss it?
No, it is not in the package, but we did perform a horizontal development analysis. So
Thank you.
I could rattle off the numbers, but yeah.
It's a nice job working from memory there. First of all, great job being the first group to kick off. I know that's got to be an added layer of stress on top of it all, but congratulations, you're now done. So good job. I'm sure that's exciting. There was a point in your sustainability section that talked about being reduced stress on the mechanical systems. Can you explain a little bit more of how you're going to achieve that?
Through systems like gray water system, through our sustainable systems, if we have a more efficient house, then that will demand less from the mechanical system. And using practices like the greater water system, this will be done.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Great job, guys. Best presentation we've seen today. Well done. But really, well done. Great packet, great presentation. I'd like to comment on something you did outside of the presentation, coming up, shaking all of our hands, introducing yourselves. That is vastly important. I did this last year, and there was very few groups that actually did that, so can appreciate that. And business life, making personal connections, shaking hands, it goes a long way. So well done. Thank you for that. In your packet, I'd like to comment on something that also you were the only group that I saw do this was actually offer a 1,500 referral bonus for your people that live in the neighborhood, employees that bring someone in. Great job. I like how you used a CMA to plot your houses and had a strategic plan for your pricing. Believe it or not all the groups did that, and yours is very well thought out. So no real questions for me, just a few constructive, positive comments. Well done.
I thought you guys did a fabulous job too, reading the design guidelines. I know that was quite intensive, but it gave you a lot of the answers for the presentation and for your project. One of the things that I noticed that I wanted to ask was in the design guidelines, it did ask for a curvature of the streets, but your streets weren't exactly very curved. Is there, could you have thought of maybe giving up some open space to create that more curvature?
Thank you for the question, Alicia. I would say yes. I mean, I would say no. Personally, when I was designing this, with the 120 and 105 foot depth by 60 foot width, we were pretty much maxed out on 168 units. I would say by having our 53 foot wide roads, because we have a 33 foot wide road curb to curb, and then a 5 foot sidewalk on each side, as well as 5 foot landscaping on each side. I believe this was the best option I could come up with. As far as curvature, I completely understand what you're saying. I did measure exactly through Bluebeam. There is slight curvature, but you are correct, there could be more. But personally, when I was designing the site, I thought this was most acceptable.
Yeah. Okay, that was great. Thanks for the thought. And you guys did a great job.
Thank you.
Follow-up comments? No. We're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Well done.
Thank you.
please silence your cell phones. If, Scott, if you don't mind closing the door. If you're in the room, please stay in the room. Let's not be opening and closing the door during the presentation. You'll have a 15-minute presentation. Gary will let you know. He'll give a 2-minute warning when you get into 2 minutes, and then we'll follow up with questions.
Sounds good.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Arizona State University and the Elevate Building Group, we'd like to thank you all for being here today. It is with great pleasure that we present to you all our proposal for the Edgewood community in Summerlin West. Now, before we continue, we'd like to take a brief moment to introduce ourselves. My name is Joel Mendeville, and I'll be presenting to you guys the financial and risk analysis portion of the presentation.
And I'm Zach Barrington, and I'm going to be presenting the overview and the site layout for you guys.
I'm Eric Morris, and I will be going over the estimate and the market analysis.
My name is Laura Felix Krona, and I will be presenting the market strategy and product design.
My name is Valerie Talbot, and I'll be going over construction management and sustainability.
So we have a real quick overview. We're planning 168 lots with 6 total floor plans. 3 of those lots are going to be model homes. We have a projected IRR of 29.39% and a total profit of a little over $42 million. We have 3 target markets, which is professional families, young professionals, and active adults. Now Eric will be covering the market analysis.
So to start off, this surrounding area is directly, the 2 parcels are directly adjacent to Grand Park, which is a big attraction, and as you can see by the drone shots in the top right of the presentation, they have already started developing 3 baseball fields in that location, and the left half of Grand Park is for future development. Some of the nearby attractions are right there, but this place has, whether you're looking to get outdoors, entertain your children, there's just the opportunities to entertain people are endless. The map there on the left has several golf courses, trails, parks, even some of the different communities throughout Summerlin. Some of the biggest news in home building recently has been the rise of interest rates, and that is because as interest rates rise, the cost to consumers usually is much more than the rise of interest rates. So that typically affects the sales. But as you can see on the left here, this is over that same period, the last 2 years, hundreds of sales in this community. There's been a steady pace, and you haven't really seen a decline in the price of sales. It's hovered right there around $340 per square foot, and the interest rates are expected to decline in 2024 and 2025. Another reason we like this community, this market, is because it's invested in itself. The municipality website is in the top right corner. That's a screenshot of it. This is one of the most advanced websites I've seen for a municipality. It's very user-friendly. There's even a tab on there where you can find actively selling communities. It's a great opportunity to market and just very easily accessible to users. And another reason is all the investments that have come into this area over the past few years. These are just a few of them, but they're all pretty recent, as you can see. And the latest being the Oakland Athletics moving to Las Vegas. And another reason we really like this is the attractiveness to outside buyers. There's an influx of people coming to Nevada. About 30% of people are coming from California. And why is that? That's because in California is known to be very sunny. Well, in Las Vegas it's very similar with 310 sunny days per year, and the very favorable year-round weather is attractive to cold weather climates as well. Also, there's no state income tax, which is a big deal breaker for some people coming from California. It's about 50% tax on their income from California. And the economic opportunity is immaculate, with over 50,000 jobs in the Vegas area grown from the last year, and the unemployment rate down to about 5.9% and projected to decline. Next, I will be passing it to Laura to talk about the market strategy.
Starting off with our marketing strategy, we strive to bring in our clients to our model homes by different forms of social media, along with additional billboards and signage. Our product design, we have 3 model homes here that are single stories ranging from $700,000 to $1.2 million. Our second set of plans and elevations are ranging from $1 million to $1.3 million with 3,100 square feet to 4,300 square feet, and this purpose is to give our clients different options depending on what they're going for. And now I will be passing it on to Zach for site design.
Thank you, Laura. So as I mentioned earlier, we have 168 lots, which we're going to split between 3 phases. And the phase colors are up there as well. 3 of those lots are going to be model homes right upon the entrance there to make it easy to get to for prospective buyers. The lots range from 3,500 to 5,500 square feet, which coincides with the zoning regulations within this area. We have curvilinear streets, which was something that was called out for in the community guidelines, and that helps to prevent speeding. Another thing we went with was common areas between all the cul-de-sacs, which provides connectivity to the nearby areas, such as the Grand Park and the nearby canyons. And the overall goal here was to promote the idea of living on the park, which was Summerlin's big phrase. And then I will be passing this on to Valerie for construction management and sustainability.
Elevate Building Group is dedicated to constructing 168 residential units to create a community with various models and sustainable options. In order to complete this project on time by December 2027, we will be meeting with our trade partners every 2 weeks. These meetings will discuss construction progress, project constraints, scope changes, weather, inspections and testing, risk management, safety issues, labor changes, and material delivery. Some of the sustainable options that we'll be providing for our community consists of recycled building materials for countertops, cabinets, doors, and framing. We will also be using solar energy in panels, attics, water heaters, and outdoor lighting. We will also be using energy-efficient lighting appliances and insulation. And now Eric will take over for estimating.
So just a little brief overview of our estimate. Total site work costs just a little over $60 million, including land acquisition costs, and the per plan cost is about $560,000 to $730,000. That is also including the site work costs. As mentioned before, we assumed a 20% contractor's fee, and we used local labor and material rates. And just some of the biggest per plan costs is the building envelope, and the lowest per plan cost would be the landscaping. And now I'm going to hand it off to Joel to talk about the financial and risk analysis.
Thank you, Eric. So I'd first like to get started off with our land acquisitioning cost. So for the total land cost, it was $55 million for 48.84 acres of land, 8 million of which we allocated to parcels K and L. As you notice on here, we have our first of 3 absorption and financial schemes, which this one is labeled the anticipated absorption scheme. So under this, we actually anticipate our profitability to be $49 million. Under this, we have an internal rate of return of 29.39 million, as we mentioned at the start of our presentation, and a monthly absorption of 6.2 homes a month. With that, we'll have an average sales price of just a little over $1 million per home. Moving on, we have our optimistic financial and absorption scheme. Now, this would be applied in the absolute best case scenario during our development and selling. So as you guys see here, we'll be able to increase our prices by 5%. And with doing so, we'll be able to see an increase of profitability by 16% and our average sales price to be increased to just a little over 1.1 million. Now, the reason for the increase would be the following up here. We'll notice a notable increase in demand, obviously strengthening market conditions and a decrease in interest rates. Now, obviously, we do have to prepare for worst-case scenarios as well, which is why our financial team has prepared with us a conservative financial absorption scheme. Now, under this scenario, we would have to lower our base prices by 8%. Now, with doing so, we would only do that in the case of decreased affordability and increased interest rates. Now, once we do that, we will notice our profitability to diminish to $35.8 million compared to our anticipated scheme. Our average sales price would then also drop to just a little over $960,000 per home. Now with that, we'll also see a drop in our monthly absorption, which would decrease to 3.7 homes a month. Our break-even point would then be pushed back to month 30 of our development, and our IRR would be decreased to 20.43%. Now, moving on, we have our homeowners association fees for the community. While conducting our research, we noticed that neighboring communities in the Summerlin West area, such as Heritage at Stonebridge, Red Point Village, and the Red Point Village Square, have a monthly HOA fee of just under $200 a month. Now, Edgewood community does not have any amenities, which is why we've established our HOA fees to be $125 a month. This would be allocated to covering the road maintenance and the landscaping costs. And lastly, we have our risk analysis. So these points up here highlight some of the conditions that would either cause delays or some obstacles during our development. As we've mentioned to you guys prior, interest rates are a big issue to home buyers currently in this market. As we see up here, by closely monitoring the economic conditions, we'll be able to adjust our financial schemes to the appropriate one necessary given the market conditions of that time. And if needed, we'll be buying down rates to assist us in maintaining a path to our anticipated scheme. Next, we have municipality delays. A lot of the times, municipality delays are unaccounted for and can create unforeseen contingencies, which is why we vow to stay in constant contact with the City of Las Vegas and the additional Summerlin communities in regards to updates on important documents. And in addition to that, we'd like to stay in contact with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association as well. They'll be able to help us out with facilitate any ongoing issues or future issues that are to come. And lastly, we have our low sale incentives. Once again, this would be at the very absolute worst case scenario should we have to apply our conservative scheme. With doing so, we'll further incentivize our buyers by covering their closing costs. And that would be that. Now, I'd like to pass this on to Zach for our conclusion.
Hey, firstly, we wanted to thank you for your time here today and coming out to watch us present. Now we welcome any questions or comments you have on our project.
Thank you so much. This is very informative. You've done a great job. And I also want to say I love that you analyze the HOA fees against similar communities. A lot of people forget to do that. That's terrific. And that you recognize that municipal delays can really mess with a project. A lot of people don't realize that either. I have a specific question for Zach on your site plan. I know in one of the slides it talked about the lots, I didn't write down, being somewhere between 115 and 175 feet deep, I think. But looking at your site plan, it's hard for me to see how that's possible with all that open space.
Yeah, we use the cul-de-sacs there to provide more space there. The range, it varies between the lots, and we can fit different size models on them, but
How big are the smallest lots?
Those are 3,500
And
square feet.
what are the dimensions, width and depth?
I'm not sure on that. I'll have to consult with my team and get back to you on that.
Okay, and the other comment kind of related is you have a ton of open space here, which is great, but you're adjacent to a park, which also has a lot of open space. So it may be more appropriate to kind of maximize your lot sizes and depths so you can put maybe bigger houses on and let them take advantage of the big open space that's next door.
We maxed out the lot count there with the sewage and drainage analysis that we had. So that's 168 lots, and that's what they had called for. And these lots were ranging in size, but we didn't want to go too far over the 5,500 square feet that was called out for us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all. Appreciate everything you put into this going in. I mean, I know we look at this very short 15-minute presentation, and you spent lots and lots of time inside of your proposal and preparing all the little details that we don't get into here today. So thank you for that. I did want to ask a specific question. Can you talk a little bit about your launch strategy? So in your cash flow, it looked like you're selling 70 or so homes prior to having the model completed. How do you anticipate being able to have that kind of success before there's a product to see?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me direct that to Joel for that.
Absolutely. So thank you for asking that question. So obviously, without having a model, it would be a little harder to sell homes without having something to show to our buyers, which is why we're going to be relying heavily on our marketing strategies, as Laura presented earlier. Obviously, we're going to be huge on social media. Social media is obviously taking everything by storm now. So obviously, renderings, and then once we do have a model, we'll be able to do 3D tours with our future buyers that we'll be able to present to them either virtually or in person as well. Something we have done in the past as a company is we've actually directed some of our future buyers to different communities that we've built, nearby communities, whether that, and those certain communities will have specific models that we've built under the home type that they'd like to purchase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great presentation, solid packet. Thank you for taking the time to come up, introduce yourself, shake our hands. That goes a long way, not only here today, but in business and in life. The personal connections are very important. The elevations you selected, really like those, well done. Your stick and brick vertical construction pricing looks pretty good. You made a comment that you used local stick and brick vertical construction numbers. How did you actually come up with those numbers?
So I did research to find the local labor prices just convenient to the Las Vegas or Nevada area, and I tried to find material and labor prices if I couldn't, but I was able to probably about 90% with Las Vegas or Nevada. Other than that, I used just the national average.
Gotcha. Well done. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, guys. One of the things that I was wondering as well, kind of marries on with what Gary had asked earlier, is the absorption pace. When we do market analysis, typically we look at what our competitors are selling per month in order for us to come up with what we think is realistic numbers of how we will sell per month. Did you look at your competition very deeply to understand that?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So we actually contacted a lot of the neighboring communities in the Summerlin West area. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get a lot of helpful feedback, so we went with what we averaged back in our other communities that we've developed as well.
Okay. And then one follow-up question. I didn't see in your presentation who was selling these homes. Is that going to be a sales team that you're going to have in-house, or how are you going to sell these homes?
Yes, ma'am, that would be us as well. So it would all fall under the Elevate Building Group.
Okay.
And then, if I may, Erica, back to your first question, we do have the lot sizes. However, we place it under the financial and risk category. The lot sizes do vary, as we've mentioned, and you'll see them here. Just give me one moment. Alrighty, here we are. Sorry about that. Our lot sizes do average from 45 to 65 feet wide and 65 to 175 feet long. And again, this would be just dependent on which model of the home the buyer would be purchasing.
Yeah, that's just not clear from the site plan. They all look about the same size. And I would say that a 65-foot deep lot is too shallow. That doesn't have enough room for the house and all the setbacks and actual backyard. Just
Understood.
Consider that in the future.
Absolutely, thank you.
Good work, guys. First of all, just to piggyback off of that, it would be awesome to be able to see like a lot typical, so that way, the site design should be more obvious what that different variation is in the lot width and depth, but also being able to have a lot typical, so that way you could directly point to these homes fit on this size of lot and adhere to the setbacks and all the community requirements and municipal requirements. So just something to include next time. But I did want to ask, kind of going back to the startup of the community, you said that you'll have 13 starts your first month, 11 the second month, go to 7, go to 6. just wondering, with this size of home and with, you're trying to be able to start a community, whereas not, you don't get your most efficiencies at the very beginning. So what does your staffing look like on site? What do your trade partners relations look like? How are you planning on being able to support 13 in the first and 11 in the second month?
Jordan, that was a great question. Would you mind just rephrasing that one more time for us, please?
Yeah, no
Thank you.
problem. Basically, how do you plan on being able to keep up with production of 13 homes and 11 when kind of your even flow pace is more like 6?
Absolutely. Okay. So as Valerie mentioned in her portion of the presentation, so we'll be just have recurring meeting with our subcontractors, making sure that we're all on board, making sure that they're all readily available to follow the schedule that we provide to them, or if need be, we adjust to their schedule. And like I said, just following up with them, having constant contact with them to ensure that we'll be able to provide those 13 homes and 11 homes per month and so forth.
Awesome, cool. And just one other comment that I really appreciated in your presentation. It felt like you went into a lot more depth on your risk analysis and different pieces of that. That would have been awesome to see in the packet. And I really love that you called out establishing a relationship with the local HBA.
Absolutely.
So a nice little shout out there. But I did have one more question with, you talked about in here rate buy downs. What did you budget for being able to potentially buy down the rate on some of these homes?
So we added an additional 3% contingency cost to our total package. So that would be covered across all line items.
Okay, just to put in perspective, like my company right now, we've been doing some of these buy downs, and even on a home that we're priced in the mid 300s, it could be anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 in cost to be able to buy those down to something that like reflects the affordability that would be needed for qualification. So just one thing to notice, but also if you're having people migrating from California and they're coming with a lot of cash and equity, you might not need those. So I love that you included it, but just if you include it, make sure that you budget for it as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mary, if you wouldn't mind closing the door. And you'll have 15 minutes. Gary will let you know. He'll give you a 2-minute warning, and then we'll follow up with questions after that.
All right.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name's Alex Becker. I'm the VP of Sales here with Raider Development, and today we're going to be talking about our first blue chip line of homes. Our neighborhood is called Glenrock, and we're very excited to tell you more about it. But before we jump into all that, Alyssa, Kyle, Gary, Erica, Jordan, thank you guys for taking the time to meet with us, and of course you've put in a lot of work looking through proposals up till now, and we appreciate it. Now, I do have, of course, my team with me. But for the sake of time, we're going to introduce each other as we go along. I did want to give a special shout out to Allison Lampley, though. Allison hails from the design school, and this is the first year in the 20 years that we've been doing this that we've been able to recruit some of those guys, and it's just been awesome having her in our corner, so she's been a huge asset. So Allison, thank you very much. Now, why exactly are we here, right? So we were posed with a particular issue, high land acquisition costs and certainly uncertainty in the market, as well as falling within Grand Park design requirements. And we feel that at the end of the day, Glenrock is really the only as well as the most profitable way to proceed. So I'm going to hand it off to our VP, John Tim, who's going to talk about market analysis. John?
All right, thank you, Alex. To begin market analysis, we're going to begin with an overview of the location of Summerlin. You take a look at the map on the east coast, upper east end of the map. That's where Summerlin West is located, just to sort of give a geographic location of what's surrounding the area. It's about 20 minutes from Las Vegas. The community as a whole is part of a master plan community, and it's got over 2,000 miles of integrated trails throughout the community. Plans are to connect that to Red Rock National Park and all of the integrated 200,000 square acres of wild, preserved land out that direction. It's attracted a minor league baseball park, high-end retailers, and is within driving distance of both here and over 30 golf courses. So an affluent and affluent area. The median demographic, or the median household income, is about $140,000, with the median home price being about $840,000. Most of the people that live there currently are professionals, executives, managers. I think they make up about 70% of the market that currently lives there. But we tell you that only to give you an idea of sort of who's living in the space as we speak. But what we found in our target market analysis is that over 50% of the people, the new residents that are moving into this area, are out-of-state movers, primarily from the state of California. And these buyers are coming with excess capital from selling their homes. And we feel that's contributing to sort of the 8.7% year-over-year growth we're seeing in the area, which is outpacing Las Vegas, one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas currently in the country. These movers are looking to capitalize on the cost of living differences. Competition in the area, high-end, integrated technology, sustainable features. Homes in the area are currently, at our price point, are currently selling from $540 to $630 a square foot. There's not many currently in the current market. There aren't a lot of $2 to $3 million homes. Currently there's only 27, and they're actually selling at a faster pace at an absorption rate of about 31%. Toll Brothers, one of our main competitors in the area, has a waiting list of over 1,800 people, which we feel further validates our decision to target people looking for, comparable products. Now to hand over to Robert with land development. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Moving on to land development, our team has proposed 119 home sites. Now, this is a reduction from the 168 that the two parcels were rated for. We did this for a few reasons. The main reason was the elevation changes throughout the site just wouldn't allow us to get 168 homes onto it. A few other things. Our team, we anticipate a 15% land shrinkage upon development, also due to elevation changes. And this is also to compensate for perimeter walls and retaining walls. When we decided to reduce lot count, we decided to increase the lot size, so our lots will be approximately 9,000 square foot. My bad. When it comes to site utilities, all utilities, we prioritize aesthetics and functionality, so all utilities will be ran underground with access boxes blending into protective landscaping. So our two parcels, parcel K and parcel L, one was decided to, parcel K was in the in the Grand Park design, parcel K was gated and parcel L was not. So we decided to combine both parcels and gate the entire community for a better sense of security. Another thing that we decided to upgrade from the Grand Park design was our right-of-way. We'll have a 37-foot right-of-way with 5-foot sidewalks on each side of the road for ample pedestrian traffic. And these sidewalks will also have direct access into the Summerlin West Grand Park, which is a beautiful piece of nature that will connect to our neighborhood. Next, we'll be going on to product design and sustainability with Allison Lampley.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to share with y'all some of the stuff that we've come up with because I think we've got a lot of good stuff here. But to just start, I wanted to share with y'all our design philosophy, which was to create a home that is both unique and personal to fit the needs of the individual homeowners. Due to the beautiful scenery encompassing our location, our design team has come up with a lot of innovative ways to blend luxury with their surrounding environment. Starting off with sustainability, that is more than just a feature at Glenrock, but it is a core principle of our design. Because of this, each of our homes will be coming with drip irrigation systems, natural gas appliances, and smart home technology to help reduce energy usage and regulate the temperature. And then for our greener clients, we're also offering window glazing and solar panel ready roofing. But one of my favorite ways that we integrated sustainability into this design was through our landscaping. So with a huge focus on water conservation, all of our plants are both drought and heat tolerant and either native to Nevada or native to a climate similar to Nevada. So not only are they thriving, but they're also contributing to the natural ecosystem most of the time. On top of that, all of our landscaping materials and plants and everything are locally sourced. Moving on to our design details, we have 3 different floor plans that we're offering, ranging from 4,000 to 4,600 square feet. Due to the narrow lot we're on and a desire to keep a spacious dining room and living room area, we've separated our public and private spaces. So we brought all of our bedrooms, except for one guest room, upstairs and then left everything nice and spacious downstairs. Along with this, all of the downstairs areas are open floor plans so that furniture orientation defines the space rather than walls to create a more unique look from home to home. From all of the colors we picked, materials, textures, everything was done with reverence to the beautiful scenery that we have so close to us and with the ideas of color theory and the elements and principles of design in mind. Personalization was huge. Because we are a suburb, a lot of times people think of like the cookie cutter idea that we see so often, so we really wanted to avoid that. But to remain cost efficient and fast with our builds, while we only offer the 3 floor plans, we offer 9 different exterior elevations with variations such as roof line, window sizes, materials, colors, all that stuff. And then we've done something really neat with color to make sure that we have a lot of variation throughout the neighborhood, but we have these pyramids that start with the accent color and then everything else underneath it not only will be matching each other, but matching every other pyramid that we offer. So we have thousands of different combination options here, so almost no 2 homes are ever going to be alike. And if that's not enough, we're also offering upgrades, which will include things like custom hardscaping, more lush landscaping, fire pits, and pools for those extra hot days. But our goal with all of this is to create a more thoughtful type of neighborhood through community-based design. And now back to Alex with sales and marketing.
All right, thank you, Allison. Isn't she great? So when it comes to sales and marketing, the real question is who exactly is going to be buying these homes, right? And how do we get our product in front of said buyers? So Erica, certainly hailing from Raleigh in the Southeast, I'm sure you're no stranger to California or out-of-state buyers moving into town, right? So in our case, when it comes to Las Vegas, this is actually a great opportunity for us. Coming from places like Los Angeles, you'll see that not only do they stand to benefit from things like decreased taxes, being able to retain more of their income, but they're also either passing up or selling $7 to $8 million homes for the equivalent homes between $2 to $3 million in our development. And all in all, you know, This adds up to a 40% decreased cost in living. So not only are they retaining more of their income, but their income actually goes a lot further, which is kind of crazy to say in a town like Las Vegas. Certainly, we live in an age of digital marketing, which is great news because not only is it cost effective, but it allows us to implement things like geo-targeting, as well as offers us analytics on who's already looking into moving to the area. But perhaps the biggest asset we have as a part of the larger Summerlin development community, which is owned by the Howard Hughes Corporation, they already have a very well-established marketing team that's directing, high-income buyers' eyes to this area. And we feel that this will be especially helpful when it comes to pre-sale of our homes. Now, as far as making the actual sale, we will certainly have a full-time in-house sales manager, but we also plan to have a partnership with local real estate firms, as well as offer referral incentives for agents from California or wherever who want to send their clients our way. We will also offer attractive financing in the form of preferred lender financing. And as we mentioned, we will have 3 model homes. These will be the last homes to sell, and they will be in the $2 to $2.7 million range. And this is kind of where we talked about earlier, but really bridging that gap between, what's out there now and, a higher, not quite a state home. But all right, now I'm going to hand it off to Ryan Pierce, who's going to talk about project management. Brian?
All right, thank you, Alex. As far as project management goes, it's everyone's goal to get it done on time and within the budget. With this in mind, we've assembled a highly proficient team of construction managers to oversee, coordinate, and execute this development. We'll have 2 construction managers on the site every day involved with the building cycle from pre-slab all the way until final walkthrough. Due to the way our schedule is laid out, our CMs will have no more than 8 houses to manage at one time, allowing for both quality and efficiency. Looking into the land development, we plan to complete this in a single 13-month phase with a seamless transition into our vertical construction stages. We're well aware of supply chain delays and long lead times. However, we have added a contingency into our pro forma to mitigate any costs coming from potential delays. Moving on to the vertical production, we estimate around 120 working days per dwelling, and this is achieved by using 3 floor plans as opposed to 6 or 8 different ones. Build time is also decreased from utilities, meters, and transformers being previously set in our land development. Having only 3 plans to execute, standardization becomes a huge component for our team, allowing for both timely and consistent building procedures, and overall allowing us to hit that mark of 120 working days. Instead of your typical building phases, we will be implementing a batch site release to maintain potential buyers' interest, as well as increase on-site productivity. Our plans will be showcased as model homes initially, and vertical production will commence immediately following the rough paving. As far as trades go, we'll be selecting those from the Nevada Home Builders Association, with whom we've had prior relationships with. This enables effective communication and an overall understanding of what our expectations are as a company. Not only this, but it also allows us to avoid any potential headache later on down the road with warranty issues and things of that nature. As we said before, some of our key priorities are communication, timely completion, and customer satisfaction. In addition to this, we'll be placing emphasis on both safety and environmental conservation. Simple things such as pre-construction meetings, daily site walks, and routine quality checks are just a couple of examples of how we add both safety and value to our process. We believe with our systematic approach and team cohesiveness, combined with a focus on safety, quality, and efficiency, we will not only produce a luxurious and sustainable community, but deliver it within the projected time frame. And now I'll be handing it off to Vidal Polk with financials.
Thank you, Brian. My name is Vidal Polk, and I'll be discussing the financials of our project. Our financial strategy for Glenrock is to maximize revenue through increased lot sizes, high-end finishes, and integrated technology, ultimately by offering a higher-end product. Beginning with the land acquisition cost of $55 million, creating an uphill battle. As Robert mentioned earlier, there were significant elevation changes in our site, and this called for large amounts of export material. All things considered, we had a site development cost of $24 million. This lands us at a lot cost of $680,000. Selling lots at this price point will help us reach our financial objectives. In our current projected scenario, it will break even in 50 months with an absorption rate of 3.67. This helps us reach an internal rate of return of over 16% and a profit of $61 million. Here at Rate of Development, we've taken action to mitigate risk. However, we have seen the Federal Reserve has already penciled in 4 rate cuts this year, and we hope to see a positive market turn. If that's the case in a positive market, we will break even sooner at 37 months with internal rate of return of over 20% and a profit of $67 million. In a market downturn, we will break even at 52 months with internal rate of return of over 14% and a profit of $52 million. As part of the risk analysis, we've allocated 0.5% towards warranty claims. And lastly, we'll have a 1-year comprehensive warranty, a 2-year systems warranty, and a 10-year structural warranty. Again, thank you for taking your time to listen to our ideas about Glenrock, and we hope it is the decision made at the end of the day because we believe it is the best bet in Vegas. Thank you. And we're open for any questions.
Well, I was going to take points off for you going over on time, but then you sped that up to be within 1 second, so.
I knew I was cutting it close. I was trying to get it out. I was rolling.
That was great. Nice job.
Thank you, thank you.
I have 2 quick questions. But after just giving you credit, nice job, nicely dressed, well presented. The packet looks great. The presentation looks great. That design, everything looks really, really nice.
Thank you.
You have the stat on Toll Brothers having 1,800 in their kind of interest list there. Yeah, their wait list. How did you get that stat?
Through a local real estate agent.
Okay.
She's got a popular social media channel. I reached out to her and was talking about knowing Summerlin and the development, and that was one of the things she shared with me.
Okay. All right. And then on the energy side, you had some optional things, including things like aero barrier. From that standpoint, I would ask you 2 things. One is handling something that is as critical as a process that is hard to do if you miss it in the process. How do you plan to manage such a critical option? And then 2, with those types of things, have you considered in any way deducts, things that you could reduce from the home to get the same level of energy efficiency?
Well, when we were looking at it, one of the biggest things that we were trying to focus on was just, because Nevada is so hot, we were trying to really focus on the temperature inside because that was one of the biggest energy users. And so that's why, like, without like offering things like smart home technology, which does still use energy, we were kind of hoping, like, for people who wanted the option, they could get the upgrade, which is like the window glazing, which like really helps to reduce that stuff. So it's like it's an option that doesn't use more energy, but after it's set in it, you know.
Did she answer your question?
Yeah, I
think I
would
was
maybe
understanding
ask a
the question,
follow-up
too.
on the construction piece of,
Yeah.
you know, so you do have it down to 8 homes per person, which is great if you can make that happen. But the closely, you know, I guess the process of getting something like that managed, these types of things, when things are happening fast and if you miss the right timing, how do you anticipate being sure that you manage your options like that that are kind of critical?
Well, because we still are a production neighborhood, there's a certain point of customization. I mean, the idea is to pre-sale, you know, most of these. Those are options that we're familiar with in our previous developments. Our contractors are familiar with them, so we're able to, you know, do it or not do it and not place any additional, you know, burden on the contractors.
And I would add, if it's something highly specialized, we would have a sub that specifically focuses on doing that, and we have a pretty healthy markup, we'll call it, when it comes to pricing those things out.
Okay.
Great job, great presentation. I like the personalization to the judges. That's the most I've seen yet, and well done. That's a nice touch. Great job in the construction management section. You can tell that was very well thought out and understand the whole process. I have a couple questions. In the features section, a lot of great features. I like how you're going all in on the high-end stuff. There's one that hits close to home for me because we do all of our homes are smart homes. It's called the Savant Smart Home Whole Home Integration Package. Could you expand a little bit on what that actually is and what that includes?
Yeah, so the smart whole home integration, I don't know if you're ever familiar with basically a iPad remote controller where everything from your lights, you know, all throughout the locations in your home to your speakers, exterior lighting, irrigation system, everything can be controlled from within that tablet.
Awesome answer. One other question, and I like how you're working with outside realtors. Some builders are getting away from that in some different markets, and I'm a firm believer that realtors are important to help us continue to sell homes. Notice in the packet that we're paying them 1.5%. How did you come up with that number, and do you believe that's a competitive number enough to get them off the couch and sell your houses?
So, as a realtor myself, no, I do not necessarily to, so we would be a pipeline for them, but we're always open for negotiation. Certainly that is on the lower end. And just while we're on the topic, I mentioned the referral incentives as well. We would be pretty competitive in that sense, probably looking at 30%, whereas others are 20 to 25%.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
You guys did a great job reading the design guidelines and clearly incorporated a lot of that into your presentation and into the written paperwork. So I really appreciate that. You mentioned a lot of things that people have missed that were in those as a required item, so good job. I did have a question on your land development time to develop the property. How did you come up with that timeline?
So we came up with the timeline going off of just local builders in the area, kind of how long it takes. I know that the schedule says that the road paving is supposed to take the entire majority. We have the initial rough pave, and then it is also accounting for the final pave.
Okay. It's a little long, but I'm from Virginia, so for
Yes,
our reality.
Yeah, so they've got to develop the rockery wall and everything around the entire development. So that sort of accounts for keeping the earth moving people, busy the entire time. Every home has to have excavation, and has to be dug out for walls. And then, the wall is going all throughout the neighborhood as we get these lots ready to go.
Yes, great
As
job
that wall
mentioning
goes all the way
that.
around, the retaining walls from house to house on the interior of the neighborhood will also be going.
Okay, great job. The other thing that I just, so you're aware, you did a good job having your financial risk, the upside and downside, but something that you can also put in there that really helps your IRR overall is if you reduce that cycle time as well. So you could say, okay, this is what I think, but if we drop it by 2 months, that really helps your IRR. That's just a comment. You guys did a really great
Yeah,
job.
we tried to be fairly conservative across the board so that you didn't come back with, well, that's way too fast.
Yeah. No, good job.
Yeah, overall, really solid packet, guys. And so at this point, I'm going to get a little nitpicky because I think that everyone kind of covered some of the big stuff. But can you elaborate a little bit more on what your sales and marketing strategy is to be able to hit those 40 pre-sales, and then it looks like your model home completion isn't happening until the 20th month, at which time you would have had 43 sales. So how do you try to be able to get, that's a pretty healthy amount of pre-sales.
Absolutely. So we do have, just from a land development perspective, we have a good chunk of time before we're actually able to sell homes. I didn't touch on it, it was up on the slide, but offering things like virtual walkthroughs, those sort of instances, but as well as, website, and we'll also have a feature that will essentially allow us to build out a home with all the cool features and different colors that Allison had mentioned, so highly customizable. And yeah, we feel pretty confident that, that approach.
On top of that, we've got relationships with, we're up to speed with search engine optimization and search engine results pages.
Mm-hmm.
So when you search for Summerlin, we're actually coming up, and we're hoping that, primarily people are starting their investigation online. So,
And that-
we feel like positioning well in the search results page will allow us to reach the 40 pre-sales.
And that makes sense. I think that one of the things that would have been helpful then is that I see you have 5 months of sales and marketing or marketing and advertisement dollars in your pro forma prior to those sales. But if you wanted to front load it a little bit more, because it's just like $16,000 across the board. So being able to reflect that in your financials by saying, we kind of front loaded some of this money, we know that we need to be able to put more dollars up front because we don't have a physical presence yet.
And Brian mentioned, maybe he didn't in this rendition or whatever, but we do have a $3 million contingency built into the land development budget that we're sort of using for things like that.
Got it.
To be able to sort of flex some funds back and forth.
Yeah. And we are very confident with the fact that the whole Howard Hughes partnership, they really do have a great marketing presence that, is already doing just that. So.
Yeah. Great answer. Thank you.
just want to echo what everyone else has said. Great presentation, great packet. I will add, you can't really flex money between your land development budget and other pieces of your budget. So just keep in mind that contingencies for land development contingencies. Just a philosophical question, I guess. You have really high land development costs per lot because you only have 119 lots. What was the decision to reduce the allowed density? Would there have been an opportunity to spend a little more money on land development, but spend less per lot if you were able to get more lots on the ground?
There was, and there was. We were never able to go through CAD or Civil 3D and actually get 168 lots on there, meeting the Grand Park design requirements with the road frontage that it needed. But when we ran the numbers and put the max number of homes that we could in there, we felt that the price point that we would have to sell them at, the pro forma wasn't working out.
Yeah.
It wasn't a profitable project, and it was more of a keep your labor busy in the area project. You know, like a very slim margins.
It truly comes back to that 15% shrinkage that builders in the area told us that's typically what they find. There was just no way we were going to get that many lots out of it, and because they were so expensive in the first place before we even do any sort of land development, in order to make it profitable, we, as Robert mentioned, made it an entire gated community because it's right next to the estate development, future estate lots. We feel like that was the best way to make it feasible.
That and a lot of the amenities and features that are listed under the features became, less of an option. We sort of put them in there to sort of get the price point they were looking for.
Any other comments?
Good job.
is yours.
Thank you. We are the Pennsylvania State University, and we are presenting our Atherton project. Our project management team for this project is myself, Alexander, Diana, Paris, Sumner, Justin, and Jonathan. Our center home values, as we already know, are focusing on consumer experience and long-lasting homes to increase the quality of life. Through our thoughtful designs of both our home, site, and project management, we're looking at ultimately our buyer comfort and well-being. For our project summary, we have 144 homes for this project, 4 single-family options on a singular standardized lot with, again, more options for that. Our schedule consists of 4 phases over the course of 2.2 years, and our total project cost is $139.8 million, with profit making up $19.6 million of that. Our IRR for this project is 17%. And moving over to the Las Vegas area, Summerlin West sits on the west side of the Las Vegas Strip. We are in the Grand Park neighborhood with climate zone IECC 3B, hot and dry. Over the next 30 years, we are at 100% risk of fire damage and 76% risk of heat damage, major heat damage. The surrounding homes in the area, Summerlin West is slightly above the overall town of Summerlin with their medium home prices. The competitors in the Grand Park neighborhood consist of Red Point, which is a wide variety of homes, both in square footage and cost and number of beds and baths. We also have Red Point's Crystal Commons, which is what we consider the medium homes in the area. But then there's also a significant amount of other homes in the area, ranging all the way up to $1.8 million and 5,000 square feet, which we consider the high end in this area. The market trends that we are seeing, we're currently seeing a California exodus moving to the Las Vegas area. We also have a gap in the market between 3,000 and 4,500 square feet, along with 900,000 and $1.35 million closing price. We also have seen that there are high mortgage rates both in this area and across the country. So this brings us to our target market. We are looking at homes between $1 and $1.5 million, ranging in square footages from 3,000 to 4,500 square feet. These homes can fit the generic descriptions of essentially buyers that are looking for a bang for the buck home, people that are looking to grow their families, people that want all the bells and whistles in a home, along with people that are in a matured lifestyle. Now moving off to these 4 different homes that we have with Diana.
Okay, so after we determined who is going to be our target market, our team procured 4 standard home designs that can fit a unique narrative. Our first home is the Mojave. This home features double height entrance and living room areas, as well as Jack and Jill bedrooms and a wraparound balcony for the primary bedroom. The Great Basin is similar to the Mojave, except that it has a couple more amenities such as a formal dining room, bay windows, and a private balcony for the primary bedroom. The Chihuahuan is our executive home design. This home has a much more intricate layout centered around the grand staircase meant for the owner that wants to host events. And our final home is the Sonoran. This home is our 1-story design that has a modest and low maintenance layout without compromising functionality and amenities. Now moving on to Paris, who will talk about sustainability and sales and marketing.
There are many design options that can be gathered from current code requirements and standards. Using the NREL's Building and Energy Optimization software, our team modeled all 4 of our homes using the different design options, and it looked at the differences in the insulation and energy systems, while also comparing the cost of materials and the effects on the construction timeline. Using our results from the software, we decided to go with cluster plumbing systems for the homes to optimize the energy efficiency. For our online sales and marketing, our team is going to conduct lifestyle videos, virtual 360 degrees image tours, aerial drone photography, webpage chat, and video calls. And we are going to do this on various social media platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. And we are also going to be listing these homes on Zillow as well. For in-person sales and marketing, we are going to have a team of real estate agents that are housed in our model homes that will be discontinued after our phase 4 homes are sold. We are also going to have an absorption rate of 20%, and the real estate agents will have a base salary and also a 3% commission. Now we're going to move on to site analysis with Sumner.
All right, so starting off, we laid out our roads first. We laid out our roads with the contours of the 2 parcels. So they go with the lay of the land. Every road features bends, curves. We also have frequent intersection. We're hoping this slows down the traffic in our neighborhood, making it safe for families. So a lot of the, one of the biggest methods we use for determining where to put these roads is a cut and fill. We made a point elevation grid. As we can see here in red, these are our major problem areas. So there's a drainage ditch that partitions both parcels, and as well as parcel K being generally a difficult grade to deal with. We mapped it out so we know where to put our roads and our lots. So moving on to our lots, we have 144 lots, as mentioned before. This is approaching the capacity of the 2 parcels. With the purchase price of the land and it being so expensive and desirable, we wanted to maximize that density. So we believe this layout with the thin and deep lots is the best way to do so. So moving on to site phasing, starting with phase 1, we have 26 homes. That is the smallest phase. It's also located in a part of the parcel that is relatively flat. 4 of those homes will be model homes, and 1 of those lots will be temporary parking. Moving on to phase 2, that's going to start at the other entrance. We believe starting phase 1 and 2 at both entrances creates a more livable space during construction, as well as having these 2 phases being smaller, phase 1 in particular. It builds interest for the rest of the neighborhood as we move on to larger phases like 3 and 4, 3 being the largest. So setbacks. We have a universal building area for all of our lots. The front setback and rear setbacks are going to be the same, but the side setbacks are going to be different depending on whether it's a corner lot or property edge lot. These lots will demand a premium. So moving on to the amenities of our neighborhood, we wanted to have multiple areas for people to enjoy, common areas, building a sense of community. So we have 2 gazebos, one in that southern cul-de-sac, and then we have another north of that. There's also a community mailbox section, which will hopefully decrease traffic flow as people buy more and more packages. And in that northern cul-de-sac, there's a trail that leads to the Grand Park neighborhood. Here we can see another park with a gazebo, some trees, and that entrance, once again, helping with traffic flow. So yet again, we have another path to the Grand Park neighborhood. And as you can see, far west is a point of expansion, with the parcel to the left being vacant at the moment. We're future thinkers, and maybe one day it could be expanded, so we're planning on that being a possibility. Now moving on to construction management with Justin.
All right, everybody. So you've seen the houses, you've seen the site the houses are going to be on. Now what about when is this going on? So moving on to the schedule, we have an anticipated start date of March 1st, 2024, and a scheduled end date of May 1st, 2026. This composes of 4 phases, totaling a total of 2 years and 2 months. This leaves a 90-day buffer for zoning, for land development, and an ideal average home construction time of 88 days. These numbers were figured on a 5-day, 40-hour work week. Now, what about construction costs for the homes themselves? So here you can see our homes, they range from $107 to $132 per square foot, or between $300,000 to $500,000 for construction costs. Before we dive more into numbers with John, I want to make a quick note about the project management focus. So our focus is CRC, and this stands for the contractors, the residents that make up the community. This ensures that a successful project for all stakeholders. Now moving on to John for finance.
All right, so here you can see our proportion of cost breakdown as well as our total cost breakdown. Some of the bigger takeaways from this are, of course, that $55 million land acquisition cost. It's a very high upfront cost, and we'll be talking some more about that in risk analysis. Additionally, you can see the construction cost being a rather high portion of our overall costs, which is to be expected with a project of this nature, the sales making up a slightly smaller percentage, and the project costs being relatively minor. Now on to that risk analysis. We'll be talking about some intrinsic risks that just come part and parcel with any project of this nature. That would be something like worker safety, construction cost changes, things of that nature. Next, we'll be talking about some competition in the area and how we plan on addressing that. We're sure that we're not the only ones who have seen this market as an opportunity, and we'll be talking about how we plan to work around that. Next, we'll be talking about the population growth changes. As mentioned, the California exodus is a big underpinning of this project. And while unfortunately we're unable to control the factors that contribute to that, we will be able to mitigate the effects should that change. Next, that high land acquisition cost that I mentioned. This is a very large expenditure very early in the project, which makes it very risky. We'll be talking about a way that we would like to employ in order to mitigate that risk as best as possible. And finally, we'll be talking about interest rate sensitivity. Any project of this nature is going to be exposed to the Fed funds rate, and like with the population growth changes, unfortunately, we'll be unable to control those factors that contribute to it, but we can work around them as best as possible. So to talk about the intrinsic risks, the way that we're looking to tackle this is with prevention, safety, and planning. We're looking to prevent incidents before they occur, and with heat as an example, this would, of course, take the form of plenty of water, intermittent breaks, in order to prevent incidents before they happen. This comes as well with safety, implementing proper workplace procedures, hard hats, making sure everyone's doing what they should be doing to avoid unforeseen circumstances. However, should those arise, we'll have plans in place so that we can properly address them and make sure that everyone's well taken care of. With respect to competition, we'll be looking to be the first movers in this area, getting in there early and making sure that we can get some of that name recognition to ensure that people choose us when they decide to buy a home. In addition to that, we'll be looking at differentiation. We believe that our products stand out in comparison to other home builders, and so that will help us should those other builders move into the area. And finally, adaptability. Markets are something that are constantly fluctuating, and the home market is no different. And so we'll be looking to think on our feet a little bit and be open to change and conducting market analysis through the duration of the project so that we can adapt as needed. With the population growth change, we'll be looking to stay the course. Unfortunately, there's not a lot that we can do with respect to the California exodus. However, we have faith in the Las Vegas area in general and population changes irrespective of the California exodus, and we believe that staying the course would be the best course of action in that scenario. With the high land acquisition cost, we'll be looking to implement a gradual payment structure if at all possible. That would be buying parcels individually or a graduated payment structure to help spread that cost out across the duration of the project. That would do a number of things. It would allow for concurrent investment in safe, relatively risk-free assets, money markets, T-bills, things of that nature, short-term assets, low risk. It would also allow for risk mitigation by spreading out that cost. It would decrease the cost of unviability should the project be deemed so. And finally, the time value of money considerations, the basic idea that $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow. And then finally, to talk about interest rate sensitivity, we'll be looking to implement mitigation and contingency. Some of the mitigation we'll be talking about on the next slide, but in terms of contingency, should rates continue to go up or stay where they are, which is unexpected, but should it happen, we'd be looking to sell off to a corporate buyer in order to get those assets off our books or sell at a reduced price in order to close the project out as quickly as possible. Now, as I touched on with some of the mitigation, this here you can see is data from the Fed Open Market Committee dot plot, and this shows an average expected interest rate as judged by voting members of the Fed. Now, what's not necessarily important here are the specific numbers, but rather the general trend. As you can see over the next couple of years, interest rates are expected to go down, and we took this into account when designing our phasing. Our opening phase is the lowest of all four, and that correlates, with the highest interest rates so that we're least exposed to that market as possible. As rates decrease and people are more willing and able to buy homes, we hope to increase the number of houses per phase in order to meet that demand. I'll now be handing it over to Alex to close things off. So recapping our project, we have 144 lots on singular standardized lots. Through these standardized lots on our four different types of homes, we were looking at completing this project over the course of 4 phases in 2.2 years. Our total project cost was $139.8 million, with profit being $19.6 million, and our IRR is 17%. throughout this project, we were looking at maximizing profits by differentiating the different styles of homes. So some homes had more and some homes had less. And through this, we were able to come up with these numbers for this project. We'd like to thank you for your attention. We will now discuss questions and comments.
Thank you.
Well done. Great presentation. Very well thought out. Can tell you guys spent a lot of time on the back on the presentation. Thank you. The interest rate chart there at the end, that sounds great. I hope we really get down to 2.76 in the next couple of years. We'll see how that goes. Also really like how you created your own plans. I understand that the amount of effort and work goes into that, and it's much better than just taking them off the shelf. Well done there. My question is actually in the sustainability section. I was hoping maybe I could learn a little something today. I don't know much about indoor air quality, and there is mentioned in your sustainability section that you're using low volatile organic compound paint. Could you let us know what the difference is there compared to normal paint, and what else are you doing for indoor air quality?
So low VOC paint essentially is paint that does not release harmful chemicals into the environment while occupants are living there. So some paints are not good for our bodies. So that contributes to the overall comfort and well-being. And then the other was other ventilation type things.
Yeah, it just says that you're going to have great indoor air quality, and it says a couple times how
Yes.
you're going to focus
So
on that.
so we plan on using air source heat pumps to ventilate the entire home. We will be following the NGBS sustainability guidelines, so all that criteria is met, and I believe is also in the booklet. But then additionally, as you see here, we also have MERV 13 filtration in said mechanical equipment. And yes.
Good answer. Thank you.
Good job, guys. My question is about your market analysis. I really liked how you mentioned there was a gap in the market, and you kind of noticed that. Did you look at the monthly absorption pace of your competitors to determine if that was a viable gap in the market, or if it was just really nobody's buying at that price?
Yes.
In square feet?
Yes, I believe that number is in the booklet, and I recall correctly, it was 6 homes per every 2 months, so about 3 homes a month for their absorption rate. And that was in the immediate vicinity of Summerlin West. I believe the overall town of Summerlin, the larger area, was slightly higher than that with, again, cheaper homes.
Okay, I must have missed that in the booklet, but I'm glad you addressed it, because just generally, we can justify how fast we are going to sell or absorb our houses based on what the competition is actually doing.
Yes.
So, all right, thank you.
All right. Good work, guys. One of the things that I wanted to point out is in your market analysis, there's a few times where you say homes in the area, but sometimes you're referring to what looks like maybe the Las Vegas CSBA versus like a more well-defined CMA. So just want to point out that it would be nice at the beginning to be able to just clearly define what that market area is that you're analyzing. Like knowing that it was the immediate competitors in the area is helpful for context. One of the questions I did have though is when looking at your market analysis, one of the key target markets that you point out is, you know, maybe the maturing buyers, someone that's in that 55 plus category, someone like a retiree, but then you only include one-story plan. And so I'm just curious if you considered being able to have more 1-stories or something where there was a primary on the first floor?
Yes. So I'm going to break this into 2 parts. One, we were shooting for more expensive, larger homes. So that really orientated us to some 2-story homes. And in our 2-story options, if the matured couple or whoever is occupying the home, if they are able to cover those stairs across that, they're more than happy to do so. But the reason why we only did a single story home is because it was less profitable. Our most profitable home was our largest home, which was 1.05 million, I believe 5-bed, 5-bed, 4-bath. There was something else I was going to say, but.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Essentially, we were shooting for the higher market.
Yeah.
And we just wanted to make sure that we covered a single-story home so that our market was more diverse.
Got it. Thank you.
just to second what Jordan said, I mean, you could still have a two-story home with a master down, and you're
Yes.
going to find buyers who want to have a master suite downstairs. My question is on your schedule. I'm looking at the packet, and I'm sure you don't have this memorized, but it says home construction will break ground on June 3rd, 2024, and then talks about site development, but I don't quite understand, and based on the schedule in the packet, how long do you expect site development to start? Because you've done your cut fill analysis, so you know there's a lot of grading to be done. When is that?
So site development, I believe we're referring to land development, so that's our 90-day buffer for permitting zoning of land.
But how long do you think the whole site development process itself will take? Because you can't start a house on June 3rd if you haven't done any grading.
Yeah. So we will be, I got that. So we're going to be grading individually per each phase. So if you look up here, that first block would be phase 1. So essentially the first half of that would be our rough grading and site utilities and a lot of our civil work. So I would say in the ballpark of about 6 to 9 weeks.
6 to 9 weeks to grade and put in all your utilities?
No, a little longer. About half of that I can't see the
I mean,
top of
I
the
would just say, and usually when you're looking at a project of this size with this much topographical change, you're going to need to do some mass grading. So you're going to have to go over, do some grading over the entire site,
So
and then start on each phase.
we didn't want to do mass grading because once we touch it, then we have to do sediment control and erosion control. So by breaking it up into phases, into smaller chunks, also with smaller machinery that is more accessible in the market, by breaking it up into those smaller pieces, we don't think it will take that long to do the entire site. We're just doing one phase at a time, and that even goes back into our risk. If something goes wrong in this project later on, if the market changes, we can back out because we haven't invested all this money in grading.
I mean, that
20
that
acres.
sounds great, and I understand it's a risk mitigation, but if you see your cut fill, you got to move stuff around. and
Yes.
You can't do it by phase.
So we did have a lot of unsuitable soils from the geotechnical report. So of that 251 estimated trucks that are going to be coming out, most of that dirt's just getting off land. Yeah, so we didn't really think that we had much dirt moving on site. And especially in the early phases, they're a lot flatter. Phase 1 and 2 are flatter than 3 and 4. So by the time we do get to 3 and 4, again, we would be taking more dirt off site.
Okay, just one more comment on that, and I'll stop. So if you're going to be hauling a lot of dirt off of 3 and 4, you're going to be hauling it right through phase 2 on that long road, which isn't great for the people who may have closed the house there.
So currently by the plans, yes. But we were looking at a variance from the Grand Park design criteria, the overall community, to have temporary construction entrances coming off of at least predominantly phase 4, potentially phase 3. But we were leaning more towards phase 4 on Park Trail, I believe is the road.
First of all, fantastic lot design. The site layout is really well thought of. The curvilinear designs, even the slip road for the cluster mailboxes, having that kind of detail into that. I mean, that's the kind of consumer-inspired, piece of that a lot of people overlook, and oftentimes it's just an afterthought. So, with that, I'll give you a comment and then a question. The lot premiums that you had in your proposal seem pretty low. You're talking like $5,000 to $6,000. When you've put that sort of effort and you've created something that is this nice with a lot of really good, like the cul-de-sacs and many of the other areas and the ones that are going to back to Grand Park, all those types of things, just know that you can likely capitalize more on that. Your premiums should be higher. And then same for option costs. To look like that assumption was a little bit low as well. Those generally have higher markups in the business. Quick question, and then would be on the pre-selling of 22 homes. What's your plan to be able to get those sales before your model is in place?
Could you repeat the question one more time?
There was an assumption of 22 homes that were sold prior to completion of the model home. How do you plan on getting that many successful sales without product to show them?
I don't believe that is the plan. I believe we're going to have the homes in the model homes, then sell the homes.
Okay.
Also through our online sales and marketing, so video chats. If we have a strong enough online presence and we are able to demonstrate our product to our clients, then we believe that they will be able to buy.
All right. That's it. All right.
Good
Thank y'all.
pass it off to questions after your 15 minutes. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, Mustang Builders Upper Management. Today, Ranch. Burn Ranch is a 189-unit, single-family detached housing development located in Summerlin, West, Nevada. This project cost $236 million, and our profit is solid at $36 million. Our IRR is competitive at 22.2%, and this project will take 3 years and 7 months until final completion. Let's now go ahead and meet the team. My name is Luca Kozer, and I created the site design.
My name is Mason Montoya. I created the construction schedule.
I'm Avery. I worked on product design.
I'm Luke Method. I worked on the estimate.
My name is Samir. I worked on market analysis.
My name's Max. I worked on project management.
All right, so Burton Ranch is located in Summerlin West, which is a subset of the greater Summerlin area in Las Vegas, Nevada. It is a planned community with 12,700 residents just west of the world-renowned Las Vegas Strip. Now, being on the edge of Las Vegas, Burton Ranch has a front row seat to the Red Rock Mountains, staying true to the local slogan, be part of something beautiful. Looking at our household data, Summerlin West has 4,600 households with a homeownership rate of 68%. The median new home closing price in this area is $788,000, which is sitting in the correct area and is going an upward trend. Looking at the surrounding area, Burton Ranch is strategically located, giving residents a 25-minute commute to the Strip, as well as access to 2 major airports, plenty of entertainment centers, and outdoor activities. Some of the entertainment centers that residents can get is Red Rock Casinos, the Las Vegas Ballpark, and downtown Summerlin. Looking at our demographics, Summerlin West consists mainly of white non-Hispanics, with Hispanics and Asians making up a significant portion of the rest of that population. The median household income is $133,000, which is well above the national average, and some of the bigger employers in this area are MGM Resorts International, Caesars Entertainment, and Nevada Energy. Looking at the climate, temperatures reach as low as 36 degrees, as high as 118 degrees, and with humidity as low as 25%. For our comparable markets, some of our biggest competitors are Lennar and Tri Pointe Homes. They are currently building a number of developments with similar sized homes and prices. However, Burton Ranch differentiates itself from the competition by offering a wide range of floor plans, elevations, and takes advantage of the prime location. For our target markets, Burton Ranch is designed to target established families and empty nesters. With the median age being 39 and with plenty of access to schools, entertainment centers, and outdoor recreation, this is perfect for established families and their children. For empty nesters, with the early on retirement community as well as outdoor facilities and adult entertainment, this is perfect for that market.
Okay, so moving into the homes of Burton Ranch, we offer 8 different floor plans with 3 different elevations for each of them. Our styles have some modern and craftsman elements to it, which really are perfect styles for Summerlin West. We offer 3 different collections of homes, the Ashland, the Camden, and the Glenrock collections, which correspond with our 70, 60, and 50-foot lot sizes, as well as our target markets. Our 1-stories are really geared more towards our empty nesters, and our 2-stories are geared more towards our established families. But before I go into the homes, I do want to touch on some standard interior specifications that are in each of them. We have vinyl flooring in all common areas and carpet in the bedrooms and the closets, as well as quartz countertops in the kitchens and the bathrooms. We also have Energy Star appliances and LED light fixtures. And one exterior standard specification that I do want to highlight is all of our 8 floor plans do have a back-covered patio, and this is typical for all homes in all of Summerlin. Okay, so moving on to our homes, we have our largest home in all of Burton Ranch, and our first one in the Ashland collection, which is the Hudson. The Hudson is selling for $1.35 million, and it has a 3-car garage. Moving into our next one in the Ashland collection, we have our largest 1-story home, which is the Iris Glen. The Iris Glen is selling for $970,000, and it features a very large front and centered courtyard. Our next collection is the Camden collection, which corresponds with our 60-foot lots. Our first one is the Gardenia, which features a very large open floor plan downstairs, and also selling for $1.25 million. Our next one is the Clarkson. The Clarkson is definitely our most modern-looking home in all of Burton Ranch. It's selling for $1.2 million. It has a very large front-facing balcony coming off of 2 of the upper bedrooms upstairs. And our next and our 1-story house in the Camden collection is the Bellflower. The Bellflower is selling for $890,000, and it features a media room as well as a front courtyard. And our last collection is the Glenrock collection. Our first one is the Belmont. The Belmont is selling for $1.13 million. This is my personal favorite house just because of the wood and stone accents in the front, but it also has a tandem garage storage space. Our next one is the Dillon. The Dillon also has a front-facing balcony. It's selling for $1.05 million. And finally, our last house and our smallest house in all of Burton Ranch is the Balboa. The Balboa is selling for $785,000, and it really is a perfect home for those looking to downsize.
Jumping into the site design, our 189-unit development sits upon 48.84 acres of desert rolling hills. While designing this community, we aim for short or curved roads to increase the curb appeal for our residents and also to reduce vehicle speeds for safety. Additionally, we utilize every single inch of the parcels to maximize the number of our lots. And yeah, we offer 4 different lot types. We offer the 10,000 square feet, 7,000 square feet, 6,000 square feet, and 5,000 square feet. The prospective colors and the number available are presented up on the slide. As for amenities, we neighbored Summerlin West's Grand Park. It's located up there in the northern east corner of our site. This will offer our residents tons of open space and outdoor activities within a 5-minute walk of our neighborhood.
Building with sustainability in mind is a priority for Mustang builders. According to the ICC 700 scoring system, 2 of our homes achieved the gold status, 3 of our homes achieved the silver status, and 3 of our homes achieved the bronze status. Some of the sustainable features that are built throughout our homes include Energy Star appliances, light-colored roof tiles, xeriscape landscaping, and solar panels on the roof. These items within our homes not only emphasize our sustainability goals as a builder, but also bring value to our homeowners as they will reduce the overall operating costs of our homes for years to come. Jumping into our construction schedule, Burton Ranch is estimated to take 900 working days or 3 years and 7 months to construct. We will kick off with our notice to proceed on March 4th of 2024 with site work and earthwork rolling in and underground utilities being set. I'd also like to highlight that the underground utilities are scheduled to be set for each phase before vertical construction for that phase is estimated to kick off. We will then begin to complete our model home constructions, followed by our vertical construction of our phases, which are staggered throughout the construction process. And our landscape and pocket park development will take place throughout the entire course of the project to ensure that when residents are moving into their homes, they can enjoy those features within the landscape. We also kick off our street paving and striping during our phase 4 with demobilization and our final project completion of October 12th of 2027. I'd also like to highlight that all of our homes will follow a uniform schedule of the Hudson, our largest home, which is 135 working days to complete.
Diving into the estimate, we have split our costs into vertical and horizontal construction. Our horizontal construction tasks deal with any site work and landscaping on our project. Some of the aspects of our horizontal construction are 92,000 cubic yards of soil movement over our 49-acre lot, as well as 8,000 linear feet of paved roads to accommodate traffic, and 3 pocket parks perfect for any outdoor activities. Our total cost for horizontal construction is $18 million, which is 11% of our direct construction cost. Moving on to vertical construction, these are tasks that deal with the actual home construction. We have 189 units to build, averaging $750,000 and $317 per square foot. Some of the big ticket items that we have recognized on this project are framing and MEP, and we think we can mitigate these through proactive procurement measures and sufficient field coordination. The total cost of vertical construction is $146 million, and our direct construction cost sums up to $164 million.
For our site logistics plan, we first have our southernmost entrance act as our construction entrance. Therefore, our northernmost entrance will be our residential entrance. Additionally, we have site laydown areas, sanitary facilities, and dumpsters throughout the entirety of the project strategically placed to make sure that we have the most efficient setup possible. Additionally, we're going to maintain a clean site throughout the entire project to make sure that we are being as efficient as possible and to make sure that people who are buying their homes in earlier phases are not affected by construction of later phases. For our existing soil conditions, we understand that we have mostly fine gravel and sand with a little bit of clay, and that the area used to be used as an old sand and gravel mine. Therefore, the soil will probably be highly expansive and porous. To combat this, we're going to be over-Xing, recompacting, and scarifying the land. The key notes we need to hit is a 90% recompaction rate and a 3% minimum dry density rate. Additionally, for our stormwater, we plan to have it drain out through our street gutters mostly, and if it does not actually drain out through our street gutters, we have 3 retention basins and 1 final major storm drain at the lowest and eastmost part of our street. Additionally, we understand that the area is prone to minor flash flooding and wind, therefore we have straw wattle, silt fencing, and diversion ditches to combat this.
In order to ensure a smooth project delivery, we have devised a staffing plan to accommodate the needs of this project. Our starting lineup for this project will consist of a project manager, an assistant project manager, a superintendent, and a safety manager. As we move from horizontal construction into vertical construction, we will add an additional superintendent as well as an assistant superintendent. Prior to our first resident moving in, we will also welcome our warranty agent onto site to spearhead any customer relations. On this site, we will strictly implement all OSHA safety protocols. We will require PPE on site 100% of the time. We also want to be aware of any hazardous tasks taking place on our project, and we will require JHAs to be filled out, submitted, and reviewed before the start of any hazardous task. One risk that we see on this project is extreme heat conditions. We want to make sure that all our employees are aware of what heat stress is, how to mitigate it, and what to do in these scenarios. We also want to make sure that the homes we're building are of quality nature. We will be taking weekly site photos to document the step-by-step progress of our construction on site, as well as require our field staff to write daily progress reports that give a step-by-step summary of construction that went on during the day. Additionally, we will work to develop thorough punch list items that identify where deficiencies are in our homes and what tasks need to be completed. For our warranty, we will be giving our residents a 1-year workmanship warranty for any deficiencies in our homes, as well as a 10-year MEP and structural warranty, and any warranty issues will be handled by our full-time warranty agent.
Okay, so moving on to sales and marketing, we utilize a lot of different methods that bring people into our community, including using digital and traditional media as well as our model homes. First, I do want to go over our sales and marketing team. We have 1 sales and 1 marketing manager, which do split their time between Burton Ranch and other communities, but we do have 2 full-time sales agents that are at Burton Ranch. Moving into our digital media, we utilize a lot of social media advertising, like on Facebook and X, geared more towards empty nesters, and Instagram for established families. And we also put out advertisements on home sites such as Zillow. We also make sure our website is continuously up to date, as well as the Summerlin website is continuously up to date with all things Burton Ranch, and we invest in search engine optimization as well. Moving into traditional media, Summerlin actually has a lot of community events that Mustang builders will go to, connect with the Summerlin community, bring brochures, business cards with us, and really promote our community, Burton Ranch, and other communities. Another thing that Mustang Builders likes to do is we also like to partner with local realtors in the area. The whole point about doing this is we want local realtors to fall in love with our floor plans, fall in love with our homes, so that when potential buyers go to them, then they'll show them our homes. And lastly, we have 8 model homes, all of which are staged so that potential buyers can get a full immersive experience of what it's like to be in one of our homes.
In terms of finance for the project, we have a baseline IRR of 22.2%, an optimistic internal rate of return of 28.51%, and a conservative IRR of 17.2%. The total revenue for the project is $272 million, where the total cost to complete is $236 million, which would net us a $36 million profit. Our break-even date for the project is May of 2026, with an absorption rate of 5 homes per month. As you can see on the screen, we have completed a sensitivity analysis. The development team has identified 3 critical construction items: vertical construction cost, horizontal construction cost, and our home sales price. The sensitivity analysis showcases how these items change our IRR and our profit if these items move in cost plus or minus 5%. Burton Ranch poses a significant opportunity for Mustang builders. However, it's very important that we mitigate and identify the risks that the project has for us. The risks that the development team has identified is a turbulent U.S. economy, an overly saturated housing market, growing costs of materials, and labor shortages. Although these risks are present to our project, the development team and Mustang Builders as a whole is confident in our ability to produce a successful project and deliver a good return for our investors.
With your approval today, we can start to build a dream for our future residents. Thank you for your time and consideration today. We are looking forward to answering your questions and sharing more about Burton Ranch.
Great job, guys. I really, like I said earlier, I think you did an excellent job presenting, and I love your shirts. That was on brand, and taking it to your builder name is really next level. Great job. One of the things that I noticed while reading your packet and hearing you present is you did read the design guidelines. One thing that you have is more lots than what was allowed in the design guidelines. I know you mentioned doing a sewer study, but how did you decide to come to that conclusion? And where did you put in your pro forma a sewer study?
That's a great point. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So we went with 189 units, which, yes, is it above the 168 units that was said by the water and sewer analysis. After we realized that, we kind of looked at our site. We knew that we could fit in a few more lots in there. We did our own study, our water analysis study, and we found that this entire job site and all the water and sewer, they could handle 21 more units. So we're confident in that study. And so where we got that study, we went through the city. This got approved by the city. This also got approved by the master plan community. And we threw this under our overhead on our pro forma.
Okay. Typically, that would go under land development, just FYI, and something like that to make sure that you can get that many lots and the city approves it. You would want to make sure you have that as a separate line item.
Thank you for that.
One other question I have is I appreciate you spelling out what your monthly absorption pace, because that's how most of us actually look at our absorption pace. But you didn't mention it that the competitors. So how do we know that your pace of 5 a month is realistic when we don't know what the competitors are doing?
We believe that our absorption rate is in alignment with our competitors because there's a lot of building within the area and a lot of homes are selling. A lot of people are moving from the area, from out of state. And according to our market research, that's how we figured out that number, through using sources online.
Good work, guys. I just wanted to be able to get more clarity on, it looks like beginning in Q2 of 2025 that your closings start to exceed your construction starts. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit more, and if there was an error there, because again, you're talking about a sales absorption pace of more like 5 a month, and I see that reflected in sales and starts, but your closings looks more like 10 to 7. And again, it exceeds starts beginning in Q2 of 2025.
Yeah, within the pro forma, it showcases that. That may change, but we expected in Q2 at that point, there may be homes still maybe sitting or not have sold yet, so we expect that more homes will be selling as the community is being built out. More people see that built out community, they see the safety, and they see the communities beginning to begin developed, because in the beginning of the project, most people aren't technically buying homes, whereas as the project progresses, more homes are being built, the pocket parks and landscaping are being built out. People see this as a community that's there to stay, so that's why at that point the home sales go up. The 5 homes per month absorption rate is what we expect. However, if it's changed plus or minus, that's where that number comes in.
Okay, just be mindful when looking at this. I'm looking at your cash flows at the end in this pro forma. So starts is something that is definitely like a KPI that a lot of us track, but you're going to be basing that revenue and the cash flow on your closings. So what I'm seeing is more of a pace of 10 to 7. And it's fine if sales trail a little bit and you're basically pre-planning these and speccing them out, but also for this target market, they probably want a little bit more selection, so speccing homes out ahead of time is maybe not the most viable sales strategy. So just be mindful of making sure that those numbers add up.
Thank you.
Hey, great job with this. Good presentation. I really like the site plan that took advantage of the Grand Park that's adjacent and making that a focus and having fewer open spaces in the community so you can put in more lots. Did you do a lot fit to see how your homes would fit on a 100-foot deep lot? Because typically we don't go 110 feet is probably the most shallow lot you can have to have a house and some of the backyard options that you were proposing.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. We looked at our setbacks. We looked at the design packet. We saw that I believe it was 15 from the front, 25 from the back, 5 from each side. We looked at our architectural floor plans, and we made sure that it was going to fit within our buildable envelope of that lot. So every single house is going to fit on the lot.
And did you look at what you can do with the backyards for some of the options that people would have?
Yeah, there should be 25 feet of that setback that could still be their backyard. depending on our different 8 houses, it really depends on how big of a backyard they get, so it's kind of hard to say. Yeah.
All right, and one more thing, I really appreciate that you included the HOA in your analysis, because most people forget about that.
All right, nice job, y'all. Especially the floor plans look well thought out, well prepared, consistent, lots of good stuff there. I did have a question on, you've got at least the 1 2-bedroom home and then one that kind of lives like a 2-bedroom with the way it's functioned. Did you have any research? Are there any other competitors that you see that are offering a 2-bedroom?
I didn't necessarily, so I mean, he might touch on market research after this, but when I was looking at like the 1-bedrooms for specifically empty nesters, I was looking at what really empty nesters liked in homes. So yes, they're downsizing, and yes, it could have like a minimum of 2 bedrooms. There is some flexibility with that. That is like, I know one of them, I do know one of them has a media room as well as an extra bedroom, a main bedroom, office/den is another one. What I mainly look for is really what empty nesters were wanting in houses. Downsizing, but not necessarily like a cheaper home. They do like want good finishes. They aren't retired yet, so they do still like want an office space, so all of them have an office space, something that's functional, and that's why I also provided like 3 different 1-story house options for empty nesters, so they can have like a choice or a pick at really what they want. So yes, one of them might have like less bedrooms, but there is like also other homes that have more than that. Does that answer your question?
It does, and that makes sense. Just a note, keep in mind if you're not age restricted to where it's only going to be empty nesters, you might find yourself, so if you get one back, let's say somebody starts to build and they cancel, you've limited now your audience of who's interested in buying that home. So even if they might be okay with a 2-bedroom home, it might be in your best interest to still offer what maybe the broader, market audience is interested in to protect yourself. But they were still very well drawn, well done. Last question, you had a 10-year mechanical warranty, which is about 5 times the norm. And that's fine if that's something that you want to offer, but did you account for that increased cost? Because it's not likely that your trade partners are going to absorb anything beyond year 2.
Yeah, here at Mustang Builders, we're committed to quality. So, and also we understand that the warranty is aggressive. However, we're confident in our contractors' abilities to put in good work and not have to use that warranty. But if that cost were to have to happen and people would have issues with their mechanical systems, the cost is included within our home sales price to be taken out over the years. But we don't anticipate for this warranty to have to, occur.
Well done, great presentation, very informative packet. Love the shirts, Alicia said. Also wanted to point out for bronze, some silver, some gold. Did you consider upgrading them all to gold? Do you think the market would pay you back for that? And can you touch on what that would cost you to do so and just expand a little bit more in that section?
Yeah, so with the ICC 700 scoring system, there's certain features within our homes that may be purchased, like options such as the solar panels on the roof, or other features within our homes that push it over the edge and qualify for the gold status. Whereas on our lower model homes and the homes that aren't as expensive, people may not be purchasing those options. So that's why some homes aren't necessarily in that status, in that range. But our standard specifications, such as our Energy Star appliances, our Xeriscape landscaping, those are in all of our homes, which allow those homes to be bronze and silver because those are across the board. Whereas our higher end models, those will be spec'd out with the solar panels on the roof and the Tesla charging within the homes and the EV charging within the homes. So there's the different additions of those sustainability options will dictate which homes get that score.
Great answer. Thank you.
Good job.
phones on vibrate or off. Mary, if you wouldn't mind closing the doors. Dan, mind closing the doors back there? For those in the room, please stay in the room during the length of the presentation. Don't be going in and out. Feel free to leave afterwards. So you'll get a 15-minute presentation. Gary will let you know. He'll go like this when you get to the 2-minute warning, and then we'll pass on the questions from us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Kyle Lance, president of Red Rock Homes, and today we'd like to present to you Glen Rock. At this time, I'd like to introduce my team to you. Over here, we have Mark Sossman, Braden Hall, Edison Chen, Ariana Bernardo, and Grace Costin. This project is located in Summerlin, West Nevada, encompassing approximately 49 acres of parcels K and L of the overall Grand Park community. This project itself will consist of 273 units and 5 different style variations. The production timeline for this project is approximately 62 months or 20 quarters with a base cost of $149.4 million. Now at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Mark to discuss the marketing analysis.
Thank you, Kyle. Summerlin West is a mid-sized town located about 20 minutes west of the Strip District in Las Vegas, Nevada. It has a population of just over 21,000 people, with the average age in the area being 39 years. 67% of the families in Summerlin West are dual income, with families making up the majority of the neighborhood. The area also has a 50-50 split between males and females. The average household income in the area is $140,000, which is just under double the national average. The majority of employment are white-collar jobs in the financial and medical fields. With this information, we have selected our target market as young dual-income families. The marketing trends are on the selling side in our neighborhood, with houses being priced comparatively high as compared to the region. The average size for a mid-family home in the area is 2,300 square feet, with the average price for those homes being $775,000. Homes are sold within about 30 days as being listed on the market, with the area having an absorption rate of 29%. There is a moderate amount of competition in the local area, with many of the competitors selling homes much larger than our largest home, and as such are priced much higher than our largest home. There are a few competitors in the area that are selling homes about the same size as our largest home, and as such are priced very similar. There are 1 or 2 competitors in the area that are selling homes about 200 square feet larger than our smallest home. However, these homes are priced about $100,000 more than our smallest home. I'll give it off to Braden now to talk about site design.
Thank you, Mark. We have scheduled this project into 5 different phases to allow for financial risk mitigation and as well to reduce construction disturbance for residents who move into the finished houses. We will be building from east to west on this site. This site also features 2 entrances and exits to allow for reduced traffic for residents who are coming and going from their community. There are also street parking to allow for residents with vehicles to park both in their driveway and on the street. In the center of this site features a community center that I will now pass along to Edison to talk more about.
Thank you, Braden. So with the community center at each end, we have a pavilion along with a playground for community members to gather. Along with, at the center, we have a dog park with paths for the community members to interact with one another. To start off, we have the Shale Residence. The Shale Residence costs $650,000, 2,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathroom, with a second floor laundry room to complement the floor plan separation. Next up, we have the Sandstone Residence. The Sandstone Residence costs $720,000, 2,200 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathroom, with a large pantry along with a mudroom to separate work life with social life. Following, we have the Sunstone Residence. The Sunstone Residence costs $630,000, 2,000 square feet, along with 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, with a second floor loft area and a master bedroom balcony. Next, we have our Sapphire Residence. Our Sapphire Residence is our largest residence, costing $750,000, 2,400 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bath, with a first floor master bedroom, along with a dedicated mudroom and laundry room. Lastly, we have our smallest residence, the Sienna Residence. The Sienna Residence costs $430,000, 1,400 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, with a master bedroom, along with an open floor plan. Along with our Sienna residents, we decided to be ADA flexible to entail more clients. And with that, the hallways, we chose to have the hallways to be at least 36-inch wide, along with a turn radius of 60-inch, along with changing the normal swing doors to be pocket doors and also have rocker switches. Now I'll be passing it on to Ariana for estimating.
Thank you, Edison. For our vertical estimate, all units average 2,000 square foot, and the average cost is $290,000 per unit. That breaks down to about $146 per square foot per unit. So for our total cost for all units, it is just under $80 million, and most of those costs come from framework and interiors. For our open space estimate, the total cost is just over $500,000, and most of these costs come from playgrounds and pavilions. For our horizontal estimate, the cost is just under $8 million, and most of these costs come from roads, sidewalks, and earthwork. Our total land acquisition is $55 million. Now I'm going to give it over to Grace to talk about sustainability.
Thank you, Ariana. Sustainability is a growing aspect in residential construction. There's evidence of this when looking in the area of Summerlin, where a residential development was built with LEED certified homes. Because of this, we have taken the initiative to incorporate green building methods and materials into the construction of our homes. Our goals in doing so are to minimize water waste, energy consumption, and carbon emissions. Our methods include following a closed-loop system, as well as considering various EPA regulations and other green building standards. We also plan to have our project manager and field engineer accredited with their LEED GA. Though we are not striving for LEED certification, we do plan to take inspiration from the previously mentioned LEED certified development. By doing this, we're incorporating sustainable materials into our homes, such as ENERGY STAR rated appliances, Pella windows and doors, LED lighting, and various other recycled materials. Additionally, the table to the right highlights our other additional materials, and if a homeowner decides to invest in these option packages, they can see an increase in the sustainability of their home as shown in the LEED scorecard on the bottom of the page. Furthermore, because of our sustainable incorporations, we're able to give homeowners not only a healthier home, but a home that has a lower HERS index, which can result in lower energy costs over time. As well, we can see a possible decrease in our soft and hard costs, and see a possible market drop due to our sustainable incorporations. Then I'm passing it off to Braden with scheduling.
Thank you, Grace. The overall project duration is just over 5 years and will be scheduled to be completed in 5 phases like mentioned before. Each home will take just over 100 days to complete, and we will begin them in iterations of 5. Now I'm going to pass it back to Ariana to talk about project management.
Thank you, Braden. So we will not have a safety manager on site, so all of our staff members will be required to have their 30-hour OSHA certification and be trained in competent personnel training. Anybody who will be on site will also be required to have their 10-hour OSHA, and along with all staff members, they will have to have their AED, first aid, CPR, and mental health training. The technology we'll be using is not limited to Bluebeam and Autodesk Construction Cloud. For our site logistics, there will be 2 main entrances. The entrance at the bottom of the yellow phase will be used for construction personnel and deliveries, while the one underneath the red phase is going to be used for residents. There will be laydown areas for each phase, and so, for example, for phase 1, laydown area will be in phase 2, and so on. There will also be a job site trailer at the top point of the site map, and there will be surveillance cameras on the outside of roads near the phase being worked on. Now I'm going to give it to Mark to talk about sales.
Thank you, Ariana. Our company values giving back to the communities in the areas that we work in. We also found during our research that the physical advertisements, such as billboards, are more geared towards tourism in the area and are much higher priced than in other areas. With this, we have decided to donate a scoreboard/jumbotron to one of the local high schools. We hope that this will drive word-of-mouth advertisement, but in addition to this, we are also doing advertisements on social media platforms such as Instagram and Facebook. Customers can also find more information on our development by utilizing the QR code on the screen, which will be posted on all of our advertisements, which will direct you to our website. For this project, we have gone with a small yet efficient sales team consisting of one marketing executive, one sales executive, and one sales representative. They will work a 40-hour weekly schedule with Sunday and Monday off, leaving Saturdays open for families to tour on the weekends. There will be a $5,000 bonus commission for the sales team for each house sold, and the marketing executive will be in charge of donation of the scoreboard as well as overseeing the website and social media advertisements. For our models and premiums, we have 199 lots for Premium 1, which is an addition to the lot of 500 square feet, and 74 lots for Premium 2, which is an addition of 1,000 square feet. Additions and option packages can also be viewed on our website, as well as tours can be scheduled for each type of our model home on the website. I'll give it off to Kyle to talk about financial management.
Thank you, team. Along with strategically pricing our sales below our market average, we are also anticipating, due to recent news received at the end of 2023 from the federal funds rate, that the federal interest rates for the year 2024 and so on are projected to decrease. For this project, we are anticipating not only an increased clientele for this project, but along with increased absorption rates. For this project, we have analyzed 3 different financial scenarios. Our baseline scenario features a break-even point in quarter 21 with closings in quarter 24, resulting in a net cash flow of $34.3 million, an IRR of 12%, and an ROI of 23%. For our optimistic scenario, we are featuring a 3.5% increase in overall revenues with a 5% decrease in overall construction costs, resulting in a break-even point in quarter 17 with final closings in quarter 22. This results in positive cash flows of $45.5 million, a IRR of 19%, and an ROI of 32%. Finally, for our optimistic scenario, we are featuring a 3.5% decrease in overall profit revenues with a 2.5% increase in overall construction costs. This results in a break-even point in quarter 26 with final closings in quarter 29. With this, we are anticipating a positive cash flow of $25.4 million, a IRR of 7%, and an ROI of 17%. And with that, I would like to thank you and open it up to questions. And this slide right here just takes you to our website. Thank you.
All right. Good work, guys. One question I had with your product design. So based off of your market analysis, it doesn't feel like this would necessarily be the buyer that would be interested in having a one-car garage standard. Can you speak to that a little bit and what drove you to making the decision to have one-car garages?
So with our houses, some houses have one-car garage, some houses have 1.5, and some also have 2. And the reason why we did this was because we also knew that street parking was available as well because of how large our driveways are, our roads are. So if there were multiple cars, one could be parked in the garage while the other could be parked on the driveway.
Okay.
Just another quick note of that as well. For the guests that do visit our overall development, we also feature different parking locations for visitors as well.
Just one thing to consider with you guys exceeding the 168 count overall. One thing to consider is that maybe your absorption looks a little bit better if the product width is a little bit larger and you get closer to what that allowable amount was already planned for and budgeted for. Because I didn't really see, and maybe you could point to somewhere in the budget where you hit on this, but if you're dramatically exceeding the allowable units that the sewer can handle, what was that number that you budgeted for then to be able to expand what that system is and get all the approvals for that?
I will have to consult with my team on a further answer for you, but the overall budget for the increased amount of units was accounted for in our overhead for the project.
Okay.
So just to be clear, you did do a sewer study and you did get approval from the town and the developer for the additional units?
Correct.
I had a question about this. First of all, great job.
Thank you.
The presentation. On the question about the site plan, there's a recommendation for curved and linear streets, and I do see you have those that parallel the major streets, but all the internal is pretty straight and gridded. What was the decision behind that?
So we actually designed multiple different layouts, and we determined that we were able to fit more residents with this design rather than more curved and linear. So in order to have more homes and production, we went with this final design.
Okay, and just one more comment, more than a question, but thank you for including the HOA in your analysis.
All right, nice job, y'all. Like the presents you brought. Cool to see the 3D printed homes and use of that. So that's a nice touch, and very well dressed, very well thought out. And you mentioned pocket doors in the presentation, but it looked like in the floor plans they were swing doors. Was there just maybe a little bit of a disconnect in that?
So with the Sienna residence, it should be, it's ADA flexible. So if it were for like a normal homeowner, it would be swinging doors. But if it was for ADA flexible homes, it would be changed to pocket doors instead.
Got it, okay. And then you had the HERS index score up, but it didn't show where you plan to land on that chart. Do you know where your homes would rate at?
It's projected to land about in the low 60s, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right, that's it for me.
Well done, great presentation. My brother and sister-in-law both went to Kent State, so I'm actually rooting for you. I'm grading unbiasedly, but I'm rooting for you.
Flashes.
I'd also like to comment on something I like that you guys had in your packet that I don't believe anybody else did. It was an emphasis on the 5 S's, and one of those being cleanliness. That is great. Not only is a clean job site safe, clean job sites sell faster and sell for more money than not clean job sites do, so I greatly appreciate that emphasis. So I have one question in your project management section, which was done very well. I see you have one vertical superintendent. What was the thought process there? Do you think one superintendent can handle the project? And can you expand on that thought?
We do believe that it is capable, especially because of the utilization of the different software that he's going to be, or she will be able to use during this project. But along with that, the vertical superintendent will work in accordance with the field engineer, with the oversight of the development.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You guys did a great job, and you do look very professional, and you've done a well-rehearsed presentation, you can tell, so thank you for that. In your packet and in your presentation, you said your target market is young families. So, but then you also have a home that can be ADA accessible, right, or compliant. So wouldn't that kind of lead towards an empty nester, maybe as a tertiary or secondary market? That's question number 1, but it goes along with it. Then how does the Jumbotron fit into that target market? Because young families nor empty nesters have high school children.
I can speak on the first question. So young families may need ADA accessibility. There's no limit on who may need that. Anyone can become disabled at any time. So that is why that's one of our options. And then I'll pass it to Mark to talk about the Jumbotron.
So for the Jumbotron, we looked at a number of options to giving back to the community, and we found that with this being the largest local high school in the area, for families that are young and don't have kids exactly in high school at that point, you may go see a football game, you may go see a soccer game. Everything happens on that field for that high school. So it would drive. We found that it would drive word of mouth advertisements and get our name out. It also gives us a free place to advertise as a billboard would, and it's advertising directly to the community. So word would get around. That was the hope for that.
And to just add a note to it, at least for the majority of the people, the communities that people live in are usually based around their football team, just a little bit, and how they perform. But not only that, all ages will be utilizing this field as well, from Pee Wee up. So it's going to be utilized for a variety of age groups, including for younger families.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. We are Maverick Homes out of Mankato, Minnesota. We did our neighborhood in Summerlin West. I'm Bryce Stahlberger.
My name is Nathaniel Kurzman.
My name is Riley Britton.
My name is Ian Grocut.
And my name is Emilio Reyes.
So today we're going to look at our market analysis, product design and selection, project management, construction management, and financial and risk analysis. Our market analysis showed that we have substantial profitability by building in Summerlin, Nevada. The products we chose fit the needs and wants of a large clientele, and our project and construction management processes in conjunction with our financial and risk analysis leads us to believe that our team can create a well-built and profitable neighborhood. Getting into our market analysis, the history leads us back to the Howard Hughes Corporation in the 1980s, creating the master plan community of Summerlin on the outskirts of Las Vegas. It's already zoned for residential use, meaning permits are going to be a little bit easier to obtain. And of course, the overall housing market is fairly robust with a good range of housing options from single-family homes, townhomes, and upscale custom estates, with high appeal and expertly designed neighborhoods and green spaces. The amenities are pretty amazing given the master plan community, golf courses, community centers, entertainment options, and of course the proximity to Las Vegas gives a lot of other options. The significant expansion over the last 2 decades has proven it to be a good spot. Summerlin has implemented a lot of sustainability initiatives, energy efficient features, green spaces, water conservation, and incorporating that into modern architectural styles with amenities that align with contemporary lifestyle preferences. And of course, the economic development has seen sustainable growth with investments in transportation, utilities, public spaces, and the overall appeal leading to the housing market in the Las Vegas area trending in a great direction with a median closing price of about $455,000. The average household income is set at just over $65,000, but that doesn't mean that there aren't higher incomes in the area, with a good education leading at 32% having at least some college experience. The Clark County School District encompasses Summerlin with 3 public schools, 3 private schools, and the College of Southern Nevada. Our target market, given all of this information, leads us to believe that the move-up buyers, typically first or second time, with an income ranging from $200,000 to $250,000, and couples in early retirement phase, with both of these groups wanting safe environments, enhanced quality of life, well-designed homes, and lots of amenities. With a good look here at some of those amenities, golf courses, water parks, neighborhoods, showcasing that our target market would enjoy being here. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Riley with product design and selection.
So here we have our first home. This is our smallest home, the Dillon, at just under 820,000. It is 2,800 square feet. It is 3-bed, 2.5 bath. It's a single level home, more designed for those early retirees or people that don't want the two-story house. Next we have our Kent at just under 870,000. This one is 2,800 square feet, 5-bed, 3-bath. This home has a guest room on the first floor and a large kitchen and dining area. Next we have the Maxwell. This home is just under 920,000. It is 3,100 square feet, 4-bed, 3-bath. This home has a large bonus room above the garage for either like 2 home offices, a family room, a playroom, whatever you want. And then it also has a large kitchen and dining room area. Here's the Hudson. This is our largest house at 3,800 square feet. It is priced at just under 970,000. It's got 6 beds, 3.5 bath. Got a full first floor suite and a 3-stall garage. Next, I'm going to pass it off to Nate for, oh, no, never mind. Next, we got our standard features. We're going to have stainless steel appliances. The exterior will have, brick accents and wainscoting, concrete patio and porch. We will have Wi-Fi connected locks and ring doorbells installed in all of our homes. We will have 2 upgrade packages. The first will be the player. This will have granite countertops, premium trim, and then an upgraded shower. Where our highest package, the high roller, will have quartz countertops, epoxy garage floors, tankless water heater, and variable speed HVAC equipment. Next, I'll pass it off to Nate for our landscaping.
All right, so right on the left side, we have shade structures. These are really popular in the desert climate. They're great for shade structure or shade protection, and a great spot to have entertainment options and grilling and hosting people. On the right side, we have rock gardens. These are great for a couple of reasons. First off, they're very permeable and easily filter water. As we know, that's a huge issue in the desert area. And then second of all, they are very low maintenance. So once you install it, it's basically good to go for the next coming future. Then on the left side, we have red push pistache trees. These are going to be required at least 1 per lot. We're doing that to help maintain a consistent identity throughout the neighborhood and to help provide a lot of shade throughout. On the right side, we have desert willows. These are going to be basically more of a shrub, kind of an accent, and these will also have at least 1 required per lot. Next, I'll be passing it to Ian for project management.
Thank you, Nate. So here we see this official site layout plan produced by me. Here we see, you can see it's in 3 different colors: red, yellow, and green. This represents the 3 different phases that we will have. Starting off with the red phase, you see that it starts and goes clockwise. This is going to include the 4 model homes close to the entrance, and it will also include the road construction. And it also has, on the top right, a cul-de-sac. Moving on, here in the center here, this is the heart of the neighborhood, so to speak. This has essentially a similar amount of lots. And then moving on to the last one, this also has an extra amenity right here as a park. And then all of these will have roughly the same amount. This one will have a little less. This will have a total of 49 lots. The second phase will have a total of 46 lots. And the last phase will have a total of 46 lots. Here we see the lot premiums. 60 out of the 168 total will have $25,000 to $40,000 premiums, while the remaining 108 will have no added costs. To continue the section on project management, I'm going to pass it on to Emilio Reyes.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, so for Maverick Homes is a general contractor. So for our team, it's going to be conformed by a project manager, an assistant project manager, 2 superintendents, a safety coordinator, and a project engineer. So for our logistics and planning, we're planning to have a mobile trailer in our job site. This is going to be located strategically according to each phase in order to our personnel perform all their tasks and activities as well as perform the meetings that are required, but at the same time being in the field and attending all the administrative roles. Maverick Homes has considered multiple factors for sustainability, and one of those ones is safety. So safety is really important for us and for our personnel in our job site. So we're going to be following OSHA specifications, trainings, and plans. Also, for stormwater pollution prevention plan, we are planning to put a silt fence along the place, a stormwater drains, because something for us, we are really mindful and about the environment. That's something important for Maverick Homes. Solar panels is another sustainability option that we have considered for houses. Lowering volatile organic compounds. For this, we're going to be using PEX tubing, as well as choosing non-volatile organic compounds paints from trusted vendors and brands. And we're going to be sure that all our appliances and utilities are meeting Energy Star specifications. And so for our sales and marketing strategy, we're planning to have engagement with local realtors because they know the area better, so that will give us a better panorama of our clients. Also, we will have website and virtual tours with high quality imagery for all those clients that are interested in getting houses in the area, but they're not able to attend in person. They can see and have an idea how they look like and how they are designed. We're gonna have billboard advertisements in high traffic zones for people to know about the houses. Also, we will have model homes, as my friend Ian mentioned before, that are going to be built in the first phase for the clients to see them in person and see the design of the houses. And we're going to have community events and grow our community in Summerlin West. And for our marketing and sales budget, we're estimating that in the whole project, in the 4 years, we're going to be spending closely $2.9 million. So now I'm going to pass it to my friend Nate Kersman to get construction management.
So yeah, the first thing that we're going to be talking about is the schedule. So this is about a 3.5 year completion from the first home to the 168th. We're going to be taking about 140 days to complete each house. And based off of that, we're going to be, there's going to be 4 homes that will be completed every month. So we'll be making sure to overlap the certain amount of homes that we need to fulfill this project. Then we have our hard home costs. That includes everything from labor, materials, site preparation. So at the top there, you can see that the site work and everything, including the optional costs. So down at the bottom, we have our total hard home costs ranging from $331,000, that's our Hudson base, to our Maxwell base at about $270,000. So next we have our hard lot costs. That includes everything from tests, permits, and lot acquisition. So right at the top, we have our our soil testing and everything to our erosion control and landscaping. So down at the bottom, we have a total cost of about $65 million for all of this because we plan to buy all of the land right up front. We don't want to have that inflation of the land. We want to be able to capitalize on that portion of the project. Next, I'll be passing it on to Bryce for the financial and risk analysis.
Thank you. So the general financial analysis leads us to believe that we have $151 million in total revenue, with our break-even being at 32 months. Our expenses, the land, $55 million, hard lot costs, 8.2, hard home costs, 46.3, for total expenses being about 110 million. And given a few other expenses like marketing, our net profit is 35,530,000, or 23.5%. Our risk analysis, our 2 biggest risks are material timelines and valley fever. Las Vegas does face the risk of material delays due to global and regional supply chain disruptions. We've seen that since COVID. Intense heat waves or flash floods can hinder material transportation in the given area. Valley fever in the American Southwest, when you're digging, up in the first few feet, the presence of the fungi that causes valley fever is there. Just to make sure that we employ tested strategies to minimize material delays. Some of those materials that are hard to get or may take over a year, we'll get those before we start. And then just in southern Nevada, this sector utilizes resilient techniques to withstand the extreme weather, especially the heat. Of course, you can't operate if it's over 110 usually. And of course, making sure everybody is well aware of valley fever and how to reduce their risk. In summary, we believe that Summerlin provides a really good area to build this neighborhood, and we think that due to the relative straightforwardness of the project and the fact that it has great local amenities, it's near Las Vegas, we think that there's a significant upside potential for this project. So thank you guys, thanks judges and everybody else.
Thanks. That was really well thought out. Thank you for the presentation. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate your commitment to the purple and gold in the presentation and in your materials. I have a school with distinctive colors too, and I always like to see that. Anyway, your landscaping description was very thoughtful about how you're going to have certain trees on each lot, but I did not see that in your budget. Where is that? Did you put that in the budget?
Yes, that is allocated in the hard lot costs.
Mm-hmm.
So we will be having landscaping at right about $2.1 million on the right side of that.
And that includes the landscaping on the lots themselves?
That's correct, yep. And then for the optional extra features that the owners would want, that would be something extra that we'd have to discuss with the owners.
Okay, just for future reference, usually when you have landscaping on the lots, that's part of the house cost, because you don't want to put trees in until you have a house, so.
Makes sense.
I was gonna say something else. Oh, and is it somewhat, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Let me start over. Is there some place where you tell me how big, what the dimensions of the lots are, and was there a lot fit to make sure the houses fit on them?
Yeah, so I'm gonna pass that on to Ian.
Yes, ma'am. Each lot is 70 feet by 100 feet.
Okay. And did you check to make sure that the houses fit on the lots with the setbacks and that they still have a usable backyard?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Nice job. 2 questions from me on your packages, the interior kind of optional packages, the 2 different ones. Is your plan to stick to the bundled process of just having those 2, or will you plan to offer a la carte where people can make kind of more varied selections within it?
We would like to stick with 2 packages, but if we would be willing to make exceptions for certain homeowners if they would be willing to pay for the upgrades.
Okay. And then, like Erica, I had a similar thought with the varied product width. If the lots are 70 foot wide, it look like one of the homes is 45 or so. That leaves you quite a bit of extra side yard. It's not, you don't really get paid for it as much on that. So had you given any consideration when you were looking at the product for that and maybe had a strategy in place?
Yes, we did. We tried to make sure that the 70 by 100 lot would actually allocate the houses. That was our first priority. So making sure, in our opinion at Maverick Homes, making sure that the house actually fit on the lot and gave enough space for the homeowner to have was kind of more important to us as a financial kind of spectrum, kind of look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. I really like the names of your upgrades there. I mean, who doesn't want to be a high roller? Question I have is, in your project management section for staffing, it says you have a safety coordinator, $115,000. Are they paid $115,000 a quarter?
We're going to be paying 25. It's going to be spread in 25% every year. So like we're going to be paying him 25% in every year. So we're going to spread out the whole payment in the 4 years.
So maybe they'll work on other jobs.
Yeah, because usually they won't be all the day in the job site. Like then we're going to be rotating them.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Good job, guys. One thing that I was wondering is, did you look at the local competition and how many homes they're selling a month to come up with the pace that you think you can sell a month?
Yeah, we went and looked at, I think there was maybe 3 other companies that were selling in the area. We looked at their lot sizes, and we tried to get an estimate of anywhere from like 3.5 to 5. We wanted to go on the lower end. I mean, we kind of wanted to do 5 to get it done quicker, but at the same time, we didn't want to overestimate ourselves, so.
And then, adding on to that, you had, in your budget, sales staff, but you didn't mention, how many sales reps did you have in your budget to sell the community?
Who wants to take that? Who had sales? I think we had said maybe like 2, you know, nothing crazy. We didn't want to try to have a lot of people, but we also want to keep them busy enough. So it's only 4 homes a month,
Yep.
but
Okay.
yeah.
That's all I
Would you mind going back to the slide that had the lot costs up there? All right, I think on it, I just saw 2 different line items, and one of them matches the packet. The other one I wasn't quite sure about. It said permits and fees. Sorry, keep going. It's the nice purple and yellow one.
Keep going, this one.
Wait, yeah,
That
that,
For the
wait
home
one back.
Next one.
The next one is the lot costs. One more to the right.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
So there's one line that says permits and fees, 98,500, and another that says the 60,480. I'm just wondering, are those 2 different permits and fees? Why 2 different line items?
Yep, so yeah, that was poor work on my end. One is supposed to be permits and one is supposed to be fees. We just
Gotcha.
lumped them in together, so.
Okay,
That's-
and is that for the process of being able to get like entitlement approval and CDs approved, or is this for the specific home sites themselves?
This is for the process for the city to get our permits to build and start the process. So-
Okay, so like to be able to get like a ResCon permit?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. I didn't see anything in your hard cost for the home itself. So one thing that I think would help is that being able to, if something's going directly to the home itself, include that in home costs versus lot costs. And then also, just as a side note, things like permitting fees, engineering, consultants, soils reports, and those are really more like soft costs. Hard costs, if you just let us be able to see the sticks and bricks of it all and then keep that stuff kind of in a separate bucket,
Separate.
that would be helpful to just analyze that. I did have one question with permits though, is that in your packet on the schedule, it shows building permits as 1 single day.
Yes,
Just,
so
is this like the quickest municipality in the world? Because I want to be there.
we were hoping that it was gonna be 1 day on our end, and then from the start to when we got the actual permit, we would start the permit process prior, so that should be allocated in, say, 3 weeks for some city municipal, so.
Gotcha. Okay. Just make sure that next time you have a long enough duration to ensure that you receive the permit before starting any type of construction, whether that's horizontal or vertical.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, so good afternoon. We are Blackjack Contracting from Norwich University. A little fun fact about Norwich is that's the oldest senior military college in the country, and this is our home production product. So for our design, for our mission statement, we want to design and build a home that was eco-friendly, sustainable, and we wanted to make sure that it really fit in with its surrounding natural environment. And so I'm Nick Gukin, I'm the team leader. I am a senior construction management major. I was in charge of product design, estimating, and sustainability.
I'm John Moore. I was also a senior construction management major. My primary job was scheduling. I also helped with estimating and product design.
Hi, my name is Mason McMahon. I'm a senior construction management major, and my job was the site development and logistics.
My name is Logan Nethery. I'm a senior civil engineer, and what I did in this presentation was market analysis and sales and marketing.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Velarde. I'm a senior construction management major. I did the market analysis and product design.
So next we'll go through our agenda. We're going to start off with a market analysis, and then after that we'll go into our product design, followed by construction management, and then we're going to go into our master development plan, and we're going to end it with our project management.
So hopping straight into the market analysis. So our area of interest here is Summerlin West. It's a location 14 miles just outside the city center of Las Vegas. It's significantly undeveloped and has a lot of potential. So the wealth ranking is extremely high in this area. So 15% highest income in neighborhoods in America. So our target market for this project are young families and affluent individuals. So we put together a set of data here, bar charts right here. So if you can see under 25 right here, it's pretty high income, and then 25 to 44. So you got young families and affluent individuals who have bachelor's and master's degrees who are making quite a bit of money every year. And to accommodate for the young families, we've built a lot of sports complexes and other amenities for the young families and young children. So the competitive market area, so a total averages within this area is 109 with an average list price of $377,000.
Next we are going to go through our product design. So on the left we have the lodge. This is our low tier. It's a 2-story single family home. In the middle we have our medium tier, which is the villa. This is also a 2-story single family home. And then all the way to the right we have the retreat, and that's our high-end single family home.
For the lodge, this is our simplest design. We have the most of this product. It is just short of $740,000 at the grand total. We have a 2,200 square foot property line for that building. It's a Silver Energy Star rating. It is a 2-bed, 2-bath, and 2-car garage design. As you can see, the floor plan here, it is a very open floor plan. The first floor has a 2-car garage in part of the first floor. It's a very open floor plan designed for a kitchen, a dining room, and moving into the second floor, it's designed for multiple families and a well-designed floor plan for different rooms, closets, and stuff like that.
Moving right into the villa, so this is our medium value home. So this is a 2-floor as well as the Silver Energy rating. Has 3 beds, 1 bath, with a total home value of $754,000. Moving into the floor plans, on the left we have the Revit floor plan. In the middle we have that first floor plan kind of laid out to meet the different amenities of those young affluent individuals. And on the second floor we have a master bedroom and living room as well.
And then next we have the retreat. So the retreat is roughly $908,000. It's 6,800 square feet for the lot, 2,400 square feet for the house itself. And this also has a Silver Energy Star rating. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. And then when we go into the floor plans, we can see that we tried to keep the same open floor plans for all of our designs. So we have the kitchen and common room, and then the 2 kids' bedrooms for bedroom 1 and 2 there. One could be turned into an office for some flexibility for the homeowner.
Going into the construction management portion of this project, First, right off the bat, we're looking at the site estimates. We use this as our very general universal prices for our project. We got these prices from our past projects that have been done. And as you can see, it's based off lump sum, square footage, particular material. Going into the site development of this project, it's going to be 140 units total between the two parcels given, K and L, K being on the left and L being on the right. And then it's going to be mixed in with the community spaces in the middle, as you can see. And you can see the divide of the two parcels in the middle. The community spaces are going to include a rec center, sports complexes, ponds, parking spaces, etc.
Moving to the master development plan, this is going to be our major schedule for the project. As you can see, we have it split into 5 phases. First phase is pre-construction, happening right now with the plan that we're presenting to you currently. Each one is split by duration, which is work days. As you can see, the start date is in February 2023, and our final end date, turnover date, is May 2029. That gives it a just short of 6-year total project length. And our first phase, we have a can you go back, please? We have a 345-day duration. Our second phase is 621. Our third phase with the most buildings is 1,022 days, and our fourth phase is 451 days. Within each of these phases, we've built in buffer time for any missed or failed inspections, any long lead items that didn't make it on time, or any other materials that did not make it on time, or any weather considerations that may have happened on the site, just to make sure that we are turning over the project as early as possible. We're able to turn this over earlier if everything goes right, but this is like a bottom line, the latest that we could have everything finished. Moving on to the first phase, as you can see, that's a recreational facility, which is central on the actual site. We're doing this first so that it's finished when the people have the building turned over to them. We're not building this, they're able to use it. They're able to move in and immediately use all the facilities on the site. And then our second phase has 32 two-story homes, as you can see on the bottom left here. In conjunction with that, we have at the same time phase 3 happening, which has 75 two-story homes. This is the biggest portion of our project. That's why we're doing that at the same time as phase 2. Since it's separated, they will be able to work interchangeably very well. And then finally, phase 4, which is our high-tier single-story buildings with 33 products overlooking the Red Rocky Mountains on the left side there.
Going into the site logistical portion of this project, starting out with phase 1, which is being the recreational portion. You can see that we set the fence and gate areas, entrances as well, and then you look at the storage area for the unused or not started phases. Then you look at the trailers, parkings, and bathrooms utilized for phase 1, and then also the entrances, exits, as said before, and then finished as a dumpster waste area. Phases 2 and 3, which is also being done simultaneously, you set the fencing, we set the fencing a little wider to the left for more storage. This was also undeveloped land, and it was okay for the owners for us to use this as a storage space. Entrances, exits, as shown by the arrows, storage for phase 2, site trailers and parking, and then you have the storage for the phase 3, dumpsters, waste areas, and bathrooms used from the icons. Going into phase 4, our most difficult phase, because at this point there are going to be residents living in the community, still using that wide fence area. Looking at the storage near the Rocky Mountains, trailers, more storage for that last phase 4, and dumpsters and bathrooms being able to be used at each time. Also, there's more exits and entrances because of the completed phase 1.
Finishing off with the project management. So we took into account different risks and different risk assessments. So we broke them into 5 different categories, including site-specific, regulatory, construction, health and safety, and financial risk. And the subcategories were also different things we took into account during the planning and construction phase. Here we have the construction safety management. So on the left, we have a list of different PPE we must require our workers to have at all times. In the middle, we have a diagram to show the importance of each and every one of those PPE items. And on the right, we have generalized rules that we kept that are simplified, easy to follow rules that help workers and everybody looking over them to follow easily. Here we have nearby hospitals. So on the left, we have our primary hospital and fire station. In the middle, we have an alternate. On the right, we have alternates, fire station, hospitals. And on the picture, you can see the locations of those and in location to the development location. Here we have digital marketing. So again, we want to target that young audience. So the best way to reach those is by using different forms of social media. So listed above are all the different social medias we're going to use to reach that target audience. That ends our presentation. Thank you so much. We'd just like to say thank you to Norwich University. Thank you to the judges. Thank you to NAHB. Thank you so much. And if you guys have any questions, please. Thank you.
All right, nice job, guys. Just one question. The average stated income for the area was $89,000. Just curious where you pulled that from.
Yes, sir. So we perused through a variety of sources, but we could not get any accurate, but that was from a demographic site. I don't know the site exact name, sir, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. So at that income level, it can make it challenging for affordability on kind of the sales prices you were targeting there. So just an observation.
Yes, sir.
Well done, guys. I can appreciate a hand-drawn floor plan. A lot of the other presenters take their floor plans from different places, and this is really old school. I like it. I can appreciate that. My question is, on your floor plans, your middle grade home, if you will, you chose to not include a garage. What's your thought process there, and why did we not have a garage?
So kind of going to, so we're talking about the villa, if I'm correct? Yeah, so going into the villa, so we didn't have a garage just due to the fact that if you looked at the floor plan, we have a lot of space in front of the home, kind of like as of that driveway. So we wanted to kind of more focus on the amenities within the home, and we didn't really see a real necessity for the vehicles being parked within the home. But however, we did leave space for them to have a large enough driveway to be able to park 2 to 3 vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Also on that, it made it so we're able to make a higher quality product than the lodge was, instead of including the garage in the first story like the lodge had. We were able to make a higher quality building with the same rough price.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Sorry, going off of that, one more thing to add to that. I know it was forgotten, but on the site plan, there was a parking area for both the higher tier and lower tier, just in case there need to be extra parking.
Okay, sounds good.
Good job, guys. I had a question regarding your amenities. I saw your amenities were in phase 1. And I'm not sure if I missed it or if I just didn't see a horizontal development budget. Front-loading amenities can be really expensive. Did you consider that into your financials?
That's not something that we went super in-depth on. The big difference is going to be the company that we're taking on as a construction management program. If we have the money to cover that or not, you'd have to figure out what our actual liquid price is as a company before we plan that directly. That could definitely change based on how much money we actually have, but we're going off fictional numbers for that.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, let's see. Just in your sales and marketing section, it looked like you were speaking to some of your messaging and some different strategies, but not a ton of detail on kind of the how of accomplishing that. So, for instance, with your personalized sales approach, you know, I see that you want to be able to have the sales team undergo training and understand specific needs of the young audience, but like, what are your hours? How many sales associates do you have? Commission? That type of detail was missing from the packet. I'm sorry if you guys ended up bringing it up in the presentation, but can you speak to that a little bit more?
In all honesty, that's something that we didn't really go over much. We're a lot more experienced with the hands-on construction portion, and we didn't really have much time or effort put into that exactly, because that's, once again, the company as a whole would have a standard that they already have put in place for that we're fictionally going off of.
Gotcha. And even if you wanted to be able to, you know, there's probably some new home communities near you guys, generally speaking. I mean, you're kind of right. It's not, it doesn't vary dramatically from builder to builder. So if that was something maybe next year, you guys wanted to stop by a new home sales office and learn more, I think generally speaking, people in our industry like to be able to help young students. So the pieces that maybe are not your area of expertise, leaning on some industry help, reaching out to your local HBA, those types of connections. I mean, if a student came up to me and asked those questions, I would be happy to help. So just make sure that you leverage the support that is available.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I second everything Jordan said. Thanks for coming and putting all the thought into this project. I have a question on the amenities in the site plan, actually a couple. One, why did you decide to have a post office as part of the community?
Because, in all honesty, we didn't know what the mail situation would look like. So if having it there instead of it being, in all honesty, we didn't really, or I was in charge of that. I didn't really look into where the nearest post office was in Las Vegas, and if it was in a community, then it would just be way easier for the people in that community. And also, it came also to just trying to get them to kind of just congregate as one, because the price differential could meaning that even though we're targeting a certain target audience, then it could be, you know, different people living there. So if they see each other every day, getting their mail or getting packages, same thing with the recreational center and stuff like that. So that's kind of like my thought that went into that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Just in kind of real life, the post office decides where post office or the mail services go. But you would have mail kiosks where you have the, you know, the little
Yes, ma'am.
doors.
There's like P.O. boxes and.
Yeah, right. And then I also had one more question. Where did I see it? In your narrative, you talked about some houses would have a pool and some wouldn't. Is that, would you plan to pre-program who got the pools, or is that an amenity that people could?
Yes, ma'am. The highest paid or the highest most expensive house has that pool, the single-story house, which is in the top left of the. I guess we can go right here in the phase 4, top left, because we kind of wanted obviously if you're paying that much for a house, then it should come with like bonuses like the scenery of the Red Rocky Mountains or a pool, and something that in phase 2 where those houses wouldn't have that, the pool would be included in one of the recreational centers.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future of Western Las Vegas. We are Red Cedar Real Estate, and we are extremely excited to be here to share our vision, a seamless blend of luxury living and the vibrant energy of the Sin City. We are very excited to welcome you to Glen Rock. Today, we present the unique opportunity to develop 48 acres, a part of the Summerlin Master Plan community in Western Las Vegas. Parcels K and L stand as prime development prospects with an asking price of $55 million. Today, we are seeking a total investment of $73.6 million with an anticipated return of 18.4%. In order to accomplish this, we will construct 168 luxury homes over 5 years with a projected profit of $54 million. My name is Chandler Jones, and I'm the head construction manager here at Red Cedar Real Estate. Today, I'm joined by Mr. Tim McAuliffe, our Director of Finance and Operations, Ms. Sophia Ianquinto, our Sales and Marketing Director. I'm also joined with Grace McKnight, our Product Design Team representative, and of course, Mr. Sam Durgee and Mr. Joshua Kowalski from our Land Development Team. When we first started this project, the first step was our in-depth market analysis. First, we started with an average commute time of 25.7 minutes. After talking with local experts and further analysis, we realized that the Summerlin brand name attributes were also a key driver in the market. Glen Rock sits in the Clark County School District, the 9th best school district in Nevada, and is just a short 13-minute drive from the beautiful Red Rock Canyon and just 25 minutes west of the Las Vegas Strip. Within this target area, we found an average household age of 38.6, with a significant population age from 18 to 50. We also found 2 average incomes, one a median of $160,000, but a mean of $240,000. The difference in these central tendencies provides key insights to recent market fluctuations, a recent and steep surge of higher incomes. Putting all this information together, we established 3 primary buyer groups. The first is our California escapees. These are people coming from high-cost areas looking for a luxury upgrade. Often, they're seeking lower cost of living, and they're bringing equity and cash into the sale. Secondly, we have our desert wanderers. Nevada residents, also residents of Arizona, Utah, again, established families and often second-time home buyers, And last but not least, we have our city retreats. These are our active adults looking for an enhanced value of retirement, long-term appreciation, and an escape from the Las Vegas noise. Now, Tim is going to jump into our supply and demand measures.
After looking at the target buyer profiles that we identified, we wanted to determine the feasibility of this project. One of the supply measures, or one of the demand measures that we looked at was the monthly absorption rate. As you'll see in the light green, the Summerlin West area has a much stronger absorption rate than the Las Vegas metro as a whole, and they do seem to be diverging in the right direction, but they're both well above the seller's market minimum of 20%. Combining the data that we pulled, which is over 3,000 homes, with the competitive market area that we identified earlier, we really started to dial in our analysis, and we plotted the sales price for both existing and new homes for the Las Vegas area. This allowed us to identify that the Summerlin West area was substantially more or higher priced than the surrounding Las Vegas metro, and really helped dial in our CMA. So here you can just see some of the homes that we pulled in. We scraped over 3,000 homes, and after cleaning the data, we got down to 98 new homes sold in 2023 across 21 developments, with an average sale price of $921,000 and just under 2,700 square feet. Here you can see we plotted the data with the sales price over the living square foot, and we were able to identify an opportunity zone between 2,800 and 4,200 square feet. This amounts to a sales price between 1.2 and 1.5 million. On the bottom end, you can see that our homes do seem to overshoot the trend line, but they're still within the competitive market area for some of those homes that we're selling up there. And our homes have a premium view of the Las Vegas Strip. And then once we move up to the more expensive home, you'll notice we get into a very competitive price range.
Okay, so let's get into the site design considerations of Glen Rock's development. First off, Glen Rock is situated within the Mojave Desert, so of course with that desert biome comes a scarcity in rain. However, when rain does fall on the site, it has the potential with mixing with calcium that comes naturally in the soil to create a concrete that is notorious in the Las Vegas area known as caliche. This can become an impact to development, but most contractors are very familiar with working in these conditions. And just across the street from Glen Rock's development is the planned neighborhood green space, Grand Park, which is a great example of Las Vegas contractors working under these conditions. On this site plan, you'll see our 2 parcels divided into 168 lots. And keeping with the gambler's theme, we decided to go for 3 different lot sizes. Starting at our highest lot sizes, we have 26 king lots on the site, we have 64 queens, and 78 jacks. You also notice that there's a crown on some of the lots. Those depict a royal view of the Las Vegas Strip, and they are priced accordingly. 64 on site, by the way.
By analyzing the existing topography of the site, we came up with a bench grading plan that follows the natural contours with 20-foot elevation changes between each tier. This grading plan will direct stormwater southeast on the site through sheet flow and underground piping. By following the existing contours, it's an extremely cost-effective grading method, and it keeps the site looking like its surrounding areas. Throughout Glen Rock, we'll be focused on xeriscaping in the landscape. To do this, we'll use plant species that are both native to Nevada and drought tolerant. These plants require a minimal amount of water and care to establish, and even less resources as they get older. Additionally, we'll be using gravel as a replacement to traditional grass lawns and have underground and drip irrigation systems to reduce water waste.
Next, moving on to our product design, we are offering 5 unique homes. All of our homes feature a modern desert style with an emphasis on outdoor living space. We intentionally designed all of our homes to be an open floor plan, as well as feature a den that can be used by any of the client's needs. And we also have a variety of upgrade options among our homes. Our first and smallest home is the Calico. The Calico is a 2,800 square foot single-story home. It's 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and has a 2-car garage. A key feature of this home is the large entry courtyard, and its starting price is $1.2 million. Our next home is the Canyon. This is a 3,100 square foot home. It's a single-story home. It has 3 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, and a 2-car garage. This home features a large walk-in pantry, as well as a wine closet, and its starting price is $1.2 million. Sorry, just under $1.3 million. Next is the Delilah. It's our middle-sized home. It's a 3,700 square foot 2-story home. It is 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and has a 2-car garage. This home features, in addition to the den that is standard among all of our homes, has an upstairs loft area that connects to this 2nd-story balcony that allows for beautiful views of the surrounding areas. And this home's going for just over $1.3 million. Our next home is the Whitney. This is one of our larger homes. It's 3,900 square feet. It's a 2-story home. It has 4 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms, and a 2-car garage. This home features a workshop area that can be used as a workshop or a storage area, and that is attached to the garage. And its starting price is $1.4 million. Lastly, our largest home is the Kingman. This is a 4,200 square foot 2-story home. It has 4 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, and a 3-car garage. This home features a large entry courtyard as well as a bonus room, and it's going for $1.5 million.
Our starting home sales prices range from $1.2 million to $1.5 million, and we'll also be offering upgrade packages for interior features and exterior features of the home. A majority of our lots will also have lot premiums, and this will include lots with views of the Las Vegas Strip and lots with a prime location like corner lots and perimeter lots, and also our king size lots and our queen size lots. And this will generate an additional revenue of $9.8 million. And then just to highlight some of the sustainability in our home construction, we will offer our standard features will be water sense and low flow fixtures, and we'll also have high efficiency windows. We'll also be offering upgrade options for electrical vehicle chargers and solar panel roof systems.
Now, to dive in a little bit into our construction management, Red Cedar Real Estate has developed a strategic construction management plan aimed to consider surrounding residents, maximize efficiency, and minimize our risk. The first phase of construction will start in May of 2024 and come to completion in March of 2026. This is our smallest phase of just 33 homes. Phase 1 is designed to do 2 things. First, initiate quick cash flow back into the project, as well as establish our model home park so we can use it for our sales and marketing. Upon conclusion of phase 1, we'll begin phase 2 in February of 2025 and come to a completion of March of 2028. This schedule is built with an average home duration of 221 days, with an additional 2 weeks allotted for things like excess heat and other delays. Assuming continued market alignment, we'll finish off the project with our largest phase of 84 homes at a project completion of September of 2029, which is just over 5 years for the total project. Now, to dive in a little bit closer at our construction logistics, we will start with just one construction entrance on the north side for phase 1. Once we're about 75% of the way done with that, we'll shift that south for the remainder of the project. Our field offices will be located in 2 of our model home park garages, and our vertical materials will be delivered directly to our home sites once their retaining walls are complete. From there, our horizontal materials and our soil stockpiles will be located as shown for enhanced efficiency, and it's important to note that our soil stockpiles will be watered for dust as well as adhere to all the Summerlin dust minimization guidelines.
And for our construction staffing, Red Cedar Real Estate has carefully selected a team of experienced professionals, and this will include 1 construction manager. And for our home construction, we will have 2 assistant construction managers who together will be managing 36 homes at a time. And then for our earthwork and road and infrastructure installation, we'll have 1 site development manager. And then to go over our cost estimate, once again, our land acquisition cost is $55 million, and our vertical construction cost is an average of $106.9 million, and our horizontal construction cost is $15.8 million. And we also just wanted to highlight that one of the most costly portions of our horizontal estimate was for earthwork, and this mainly had to do with having to haul off all the bad topsoil on site and then haul in new type 2 fill. And after speaking with multiple local professionals, we found that it would be more cost effective to rent a crusher and turn the bad topsoil into our own type 2 fill, which saved us about $600,000 in that portion.
Construction, as we all know, is not without risks. And one of the key risks that we looked at was labor shortages and material lead times. For both of these risks, we built in extra schedule time. And then the other key risk, it was huge during COVID, was cost volatility. It's something that we can't always predict. So for that, we built in a 7% price contingency, a 30-day price lock-in clause, and a price escalation clause.
Next, we're going to be going over our marketing and sales. So Red Cedar Real Estate will implement a marketing plan that is aimed towards our 3 main buyer groups. And this will include sending out ads across social media, sending out direct mail ads, putting up multiple billboards in the Las Vegas area on I-15, and then also holding open houses at our model home park, and we'll also be offering virtual options for this for our out-of-state buyers. And with that, our marketing budget is $4.2 million, which is 2.45% of our total project cost. And then for our sales team will be working out of our on-site sales office for a majority of the project. And this will include 1 office manager who will be paid a yearly base salary. And then we'll have 3 sales associates who will be paid 1% sales commission on top of a yearly base salary. And we'll also be welcoming in outside realtors for a 3% sales commission on homes sold.
Digging into the financials, we're looking at a baseline scenario with 3 units per month, an initial investment of $74 million, with a break-even Q1 of 2028. And so with this initial investment, we're looking at an IRR of around 18.5% with $54 million in profit. And that baseline, as we said, was based off of 3 units per month, which we felt was right for the market after doing our initial studies and talking to some local representatives. And then the conservative scenario, if demand slows down a little, we're looking at 2 units per month, and it's still generating an IRR of almost 11%. Potential for recession is always there. It's something that gets talked about a lot lately with financial conditions. And we're looking at 2 units per month with a 10% price reduction. And it still generates an IRR that is positive at 5.08%. And lastly, our study, we found 3 to 4 units per month was right for the absorption rate. And on the top end of that, we're looking at almost 21% IRR.
So as our acknowledgement rolls, we'd like to leave you with this thought. In Las Vegas, a city known for its high-stake gambles, Glen Rock is a bet that you can count on, a guaranteed win in the game of luxury living. Here at Red Cedar Real Estate, we're not just rolling the dice, we're stacking the cards in your favor. Thank you for joining us.
Great job. Awesome packet, great presentation. Can tell you guys put a lot of work into this, and it's definitely appreciated. Really liked your marketing section where you went in depth, and a lot of presentations we see are focusing just on online, and y'all even put that you're going to do mailers and signage, which is all great things that you have to do today. Especially liked how you broke it down in the budget section of money spent and how many leads actually came in. I thought that was very well done. We have a question that kind of relates to that. Looks like normally your sales offices are open 10 to 6. Wednesdays, you don't open till 1. Why are we not opening till 1 on Wednesdays?
Well, we just want to make a variety just to fit with possible schedules of potential clients, just to have like a variation in our schedule.
Understood. Open a little later that day. We had a bet up here if it was a sales meeting or what it was.
Yeah, I know. Just also to help out like our sales associates too, just to add like a little variation into that with people's schedules.
Makes sense. I really liked your plans. I like that it looks like you didn't borrow those from other builders. You actually created your own. Is that in fact, and who did that and what program did you use?
I created the plans. We used AutoCAD to do the floor plans, and then we used SketchUp to make all the 3D models of the exteriors of the homes.
Well done. The
Thank you.
3D models are one of the best we've seen. I like them. Well
Yeah,
done.
and then then we took the homes and the site map, put it into SketchUp, and then Lumion for the flyover and other graphics.
Very nice.
You guys did an excellent job. I mean, you really looked at all the details and came up with all the information that we look for when we're looking in these packages. Just 2 questions. When you did those plans, did you make sure they fit on all the lots? Because I saw you had one that had a side-load garage, and I was like, ooh, is that fitting on the lots?
Yes, by doing the 3D model, we were able to ensure that all houses fit within the lots. In terms of the side loading garage, those houses have the option to have a front and side loading. We didn't have the 3D model of that, but that one would be one where changed for that instance based on the lot size.
Okay, great. And then my next question it was on one of your slides. It was about your phasing from your land development to vertical construction. You had land, horizontal was not finished before you started vertical. Did you put thought into that as to why?
Are you saying within one phase?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's just as most of the vertical walls were actually built into the horizontal construction. So once we have those horizontal or vertical rather walls built on part of the phase, we'll begin our vertical construction and just keep continuing working our way across the site.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure in some municipalities you're allowed to what we call in Virginia, I don't know if you guys do it everywhere, prairie build. And where you aren't fully base paved, you can go ahead and start construction. I didn't know if that's what you were trying to go for, but overall, great job.
Yeah, really solid packet, great presentation, guys. You were really polished in the delivery, so thank you. I have a few questions on your sales and marketing, though. One of them being, I didn't see any type of signage in your budget. Will you be providing any on-site directional signage or off-site signage?
Are you talking about during construction signage?
Like advertisement, being able to, I mean, it's
Oh.
pretty common to be able to have some directional signs or some off-site signs to be able to draw people into the community. Just curious if you budgeted for that.
Yeah, I think we had that like budgeted in like some of our miscellaneous stuff with, and also like landscaping. I know we had like signage for the neighborhood included in there also.
I also believe in some of our budget for some of the staging that we included was some of the signage was also included in that larger bucket.
Got it, okay. And then just one comment and a question. I know that you have some money for Google and Facebook in here. but I didn't see anything specifically, it's like stating that you were gonna do third-party listings outside of that. So things like Zillow, BDX, there's a lot of really good platforms, making sure you get these listed on the MLS as like a to-be-built type of thing.
Yeah.
So just something to consider next time to really highlight that. But then with your sales team, you said that you were gonna have 3 counselors, correct?
Yeah, 3 sales associates.
Okay. I think with a pace of 3, it feels like maybe 3 sales counselors is a little excessive.
much.
Honestly,
Okay.
you could even
Yeah.
potentially get away with like 1 and a hostess
Yeah.
or something like that, just
Okay,
someone to be
yeah.
able to greet them in the door.
Yeah.
But then you're not paying base and commission for 3
Yeah.
separate people. It also might be difficult to attract a really all-star sales counselor because they
Yeah.
know that they're only getting, in theory, 1/3 of the sales every month.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you guys highlighting all of that and spelling it out, but just consider that you might actually end up being in a better position if you had less counselors.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for coming. Great job. The end of your presentation was great. Able to see everything as if it were already there. 2 questions. Just looking at your site or your lot premiums, did you give any thought to creating premiums for views other than the Strip and proximity to Grand Park?
So the majority of the focus was on the Strip, mostly because of that grading plan. And depending on how the walls are going to vary, we can't guarantee the views, say, of the mountains or the park. So the main focus was the premiums on the Las Vegas view.
So you can almost put a premium on anything if you sell it right. So just think about that. The other question I had is specific to your packet on page, you don't have it in front of you. You talk about having a draw schedule. What do you mean by that?
The draw schedule is just meant to cover our maximum cash shortfall. And so it's just broken out into 4 separate payments just to keep it simple, and just making sure we're staying positive for cash flow through the early stage with all the investment into the project.
I mean, it's just like you're not talking about a draw from a bank loan. You're just kind of
No,
talking
just pulling financing into the project.
Oh, so this okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, really nice job. A lot of the comments had already been said by the others here. I'm going to give you a couple of comments and then ask just a couple of questions. Cycle time on the home construction in that upwards of 240 days is going to be pretty long. That's above and beyond kind of the average for the competition in that area. So would encourage you to seek a way to pull that down. Like the illustration on the lot premiums, and to kind of echo, for the presentation was great, having them especially following the theme of the cards and everything. Just know that you might very well, even inside of one of those particular bands, be able to capture variable rates. There's always something unique that's better about that lot that'll help you get different over that. Otherwise, people just sniff that out and they'll pick them off from you, kind of first order. The rock grinding piece that you were able to find out about, that was really, really well done, and a cool part of doing the research and translating that into a better project for yourself. One of the questions got covered, so just the one. We're all not real familiar with seeing the absorption rate stated as a percentage. We're seeing it as a number of homes that are taken down within a segment. I was just curious how y'all calculated that.
Yeah, so that one is just the number of homes that sold over the month's supply, like how many homes were on the market that given month, and then just the average number that sold.
Okay, interesting. That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, just as a follow-up to that then, because we really were talking about this. It's a curiosity. So is that for like the whole market? That's not necessarily new home competition, or?
Those that we displayed that was from our clean data. We pulled in the 3,000 homes, and then like we took in a bunch of data. We scraped some data from the internet, and then we cleaned it down and we filtered out like all the existing supply, and we're able to do our calculations based off of that.
Got it. Okay.
But
yeah, I ended up having to try to Google it because I was like, I've never seen a presented that way, but it,
Yeah.
it looks like it's more common to be able to have like sites that are specifically talking towards the resale market display it in a percentage, because it's like, here's the amount of available inventory that was absorbed within this specific time period. So just for future reference, all of us are thinking in terms of a monthly sales pace. When you say absorption, we're like, great, you could absorb 4 a month. So just putting it back to more industry terms in new home building would be really helpful.
Okay.
But that makes sense where you got it from. That's all.
All right,
Great job, y'all.
excellent.
Our Boneyard development, and we are excited to present to you the Dillon community in Summerlin West. My name is Kennedy Henderson, and I'm the Executive Project Manager.
My name is Jamar Small, and I'm the Site Design Specialist.
My name is Lance Agee, and I'm the Product Design.
My name is Blake Prince, and I'm the Senior Project Manager.
I'm Philip Odo, I'm the Sustainability Manager.
My name is Shannon Ellis, and I'm the Market Analyst. Today I'm going to walk us through the market analysis. The Dillon is located within Summerlin, West Nevada. We have 4 single-family detached plans located on about 50 acres. We plan to break ground on February 5th, 2024, and have a completion date of October 2027. A little bit about Summerlin West. There is a population of 20,000 with an average age of 39.1 and a 49% male to 51% female ratio. As you can see on the map below, the Dillon is located only from 15 miles from the heart of Las Vegas. Because we assume that a lot of our residents will be traveling into Las Vegas for work, we found that the top employers include the MGM Grand, the Wynn Resorts, as well as Allegiant Airlines. Our target market for the Dillon includes growing families, established families, as well as retired elites. The local education that falls within the Dillon is the Clark County School District. This consists of 9 public elementary schools, 3 public middle schools, as well as 2 public elementary schools. There is also an option for higher education available within 20 miles. The residents at the Dillon will have access to many big-name grocery and retail stores, as well as many golf courses and hiking trails to allow for an active lifestyle. Harry Reid International Airport is just a 20-mile drive away. During our market analysis, we discovered that the average household income is $132,000, with the median single-family detached closing price being $767,000. Because of this number, we chose to keep 2 of our 4 floor plans as close to that average as possible, as well as 1 above and 1 below to diversify our market. Next, I will be passing to Jamar for the site design.
So now discussing the site design and amenities, we will start with our land plan. And as you can see, fresh off the bat, we have 250 lots, with 58 of those being the premium lots. The reason that we didn't stick to 168 lots total and went above that is we could not find a way to maximize our profits with 168 lots. So according to the traffic analysis and the water and sewer analysis, we went over that and we added an extra entrance to parcel K. This will allow our residents to be able to not be congested to one entrance, since we did add almost 100 extra lots total. If you notice, our premium lots are all strategically located around the perimeter. This is because we have specific HOA setback requirements to abide by, and this also allows us to place bigger homes on that to increase total profits. If you notice, we have our dog bones and our red park benches. These are located throughout both parcels and allow our residents to walk around the neighborhood and just enjoy their homes. If we look closer here, you will see our model homes and our amenities, both of which share the same parking lot. However, once all construction is complete, these model homes will be sold and the parking lot will be used exclusively for the amenities. Taking a look here at our phasing plan, we will be starting with phase 1 in the southeast of parcel K. This allows our residents to access the homes without going through any construction, as the construction will be towards the back of the parcel. Starting at phase 4, we will place a construction entrance at the left of that corner lot in phase 5. After the completion of all phases, this construction entrance will be closed. Taking a look here at our utility plan, you will notice that we have 27 fire hydrants, which will be spaced out in accordance to the City of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Codes. And you can see our water lines and sewer lines. We actually went above and beyond what was required, since we did implement a lot of extra lots. And this will just allow our residents to use their homes comfortably. Taking a look here at our amenities, we will have a dog park, a playground, and a pickleball court, all of which will be shaded for our residents so they can enjoy it without being beat by the sun. We will also have a state-of-the-art entrance monument located at all 3 entrances to the Dillon. Taking a look at our landscapes, in all common areas throughout the development, they will be landscaped with the state flower, which is a sagebrush, and the state tree, which is a bristlecone pine. Both backyards and front yards will be landscaped
with native plants which have low maintenance in regards to watering. However, we also have upgrade packages available for our residents if they would like to implement artificial turf. Moving on to product design and selection, I will be passing it over to Lance.
Good afternoon. My name is Lance, and we'll be now going over the product design selections for the Dillon development. The first one being the Red Rock. This is a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom home that sits on 1,900 square feet. If you look towards the bottom level of this home, you'll see an open entertainment space between your great room, dining, and kitchen area. This comes at the standard sale price of $780,000. The next floor plan is the El Dorado. This is a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom again, but sits at a smaller 1,500 square feet. This is our smallest floor plan, but does not take away any of the features of your primary suite, as we still have a large walk-in closet and primary bathroom. This comes at the standard sale price of $630,000. This is our largest floor plan. This is named the Calico, and this is 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms that sits on 2,700 square feet. Since it is our largest floor plan, we were able to do major expansions within the primary suite, allowing you to have a larger primary suite as a whole, in addition to your larger walk-in closet, as well as a larger walk-in bathroom. This comes at the standard sale price of around $930,000. This is our last floor plan offered in the Dillon, and this is the Durango. This is a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom home that sits at 2,000 square feet. This has our largest open floor layout on your bottom floor, and it has an open foyer that moves into your entertainment space that is also conjoined by your great room, dining, and kitchen. This comes at the standard sale price of $800,000. We'll now be looking a little bit further into the Durango using HiArc. HiArc is a 2D formatting software that will automatically 3D render any of your layout floor plans that you insert into. Through HiArc, we were able to insert this Durango floor plan and sketch out the entire thing similar to an AutoCAD format, and then automatically switch it to a 3D rendering platform, which we were able to change all of the exterior features. In addition to this, we were able to move into the interior and use their photorealistic rendering system to allow us to change things such as cabinetry, countertops, and crown moldings in each one of the rooms. This HiArc software will be used by our in-house realtor team to not only show our customers the options, but to change the dynamic of having them imagine what they want their house to look like to knowing what their house will look like. Boneyard Development was very committed to sustainability throughout the Dillon development, and we broke this into 2 parts. The first one being water efficiency, and the next one being energy efficiency. When looking at water efficiency, we use things such as WaterSense labeled appliances, as well as flush reducers for each toilet in the home. When looking at energy efficiency, we use similar appliances, except they are marked with the Energy Star labels, and we also inserted smart thermostats for each one of our homes to help negate energy usage for each one of the HVAC systems per house. I will now be passing it to Kennedy for project management.
Safety is one of our biggest priorities at Boneyard Development, and we feel that 2 of our biggest hazards during construction of the Dillon will be fire hazards along with heat risk hazards. So we've developed safety plans to help combat both of these. For those fire hazards, we will have accessible fire extinguishers on each site. We will also have pre-construction training sessions along with holding daily safety meetings and debriefs. And to help combat against heat exhaustion risk, we will have available water coolers located on each site along with shaded break areas, and again, those daily safety meetings and debriefs. We've also created a mitigation plans for some of those other safety concerns, such as dust control, new resident access, site security, and developing a wildfire protection plan. Our construction team will consist of 1 project manager, 1 assistant project manager, 1 project engineer, 3 superintendents, and a safety manager. Because all of our phases are back-to-back, this team will work together to complete 1 phase and then move together on to the next. Each superintendent will be in charge of a number of homes, and the remainder of that construction team will be there to help make sure things run smoothly. Our sales team will consist of a VP of sales, an area sales manager, a community sales manager, along with a hostess. They'll be available Wednesday through Saturday from 11 to 7, along with on Sundays by appointment only. We feel that a lot of our potential customers may be families of parents who are working, and they might not be able to make an appointment on Monday at 10 a.m. So we feel that having these more in the afternoon and early evening availabilities will just be able to bring more attraction to the development and get more people interested. Each of these sales team members will also be highly trained in the use of HiArc to help assist potential customers as much as they can. We have decided to focus our marketing plan towards social media. Again, we feel like many of our potential customers may be coming from outside areas, whether that be California or wherever it may be. So we feel that through social media, we can reach the largest amount of people. Using platforms such as Instagram, Pinterest, Facebook, and more, we'll not only be able to create accounts, but also be able to place ads and specifically place them in areas where we feel that we could have potential customers. We've also developed a website. Here, potential customers will be able to see all of our home styles. They'll also be able to see sustainability options and all of our upgrade packages. They'll also be able to get in contact with our sales team. I'm going to pass it on to Blake with construction management.
Thank you. So here at Boneyard, we determined that the most effective development strategies of parcels K and L would be divided up into 5 separate phases. Our first phase will start in February of 2024, and our final phase will wrap up in October of 2027. Each of these phases last 8 to 9 months respectively, which totals a 43-month duration of the entire development. This works out to be about 3.5 years. Moving on, we can see our total land development cost of $63.4 million, and some of our biggest expenses are the $55 land acquisition, $5 million dedicated to engineering, as well as $832,000 dedicated to road work and infrastructure. Continuing on, we can see the price breakdown across our phases. You might notice here that in phases 1 and 2, we can see our biggest number of unit turns, and then continuing to 3 and 4, that number drops down, but you can see the price increases. You might be wondering why that is, and that's because that's when our amenities will start. Our amenities total will be $543,000. And also in the Dillon, residents will be included in the HOA, and the monthly dues for that will be $103. In the event that we have to exit early in the development of the Dillon, we've put together a 3-tier exit strategy. Our first strategy would be to complete the remaining houses that have already broken ground and then sell the remaining land. Following that, we would complete the remaining phase that we're working on and then sell the remaining land. And finally, complete the remaining parcel and then sell the remaining land. Each of these is contingent on the severity of the situation that we face. Now I'm going to pass it on to Philip for financial.
Boneyard Development expects a profit of $76 million under current market situations. We expect a net profit of 24%, a return of cost of 22%, and an IRR of 19%. This construction duration will take us 43 months with a construction cost of $135 million. The graph you see here is the cost of development and construction without the land acquisition cost, starting at 0 and ending after 43 months. That is our base scenario. Ambitiously, if the market allows, we expect an IRR of 23%. Excuse me, it's 23%, a net profit of $81 million, and a break-even point of 21 months. Now, if the market decides to take a dip, we expect an IRR of 14%, a net profit of $66 million, and a break-even point of 33 months. Boneyard Development appreciates your time and consideration of the Dillon proposal. We look forward to building the future of Summerlin, West Nevada.
Great job, you guys. Really appreciate all the work and effort you put into it. I know it's you put a lot of research into your packet and presentation, so really good job. I especially liked the HiArc and you know, seeing the rendering and it is true, customers really like to see a visual presentation of what that backsplash will look with those cabinets, so nice job with including that. My question is about the lots, going over, of course, the number of lots. And it really isn't about the site design itself. It's about the overall thinking about that. I love how you addressed that you needed to do a sewer study and water study, and you increased the pipe size, and a traffic study also was not necessary, but I love that you guys did that. My question is, did you look at maybe increasing your home costs to help offset that so you could stay within your sales price and your home size to offset the number of lots, so you could stay within the 168.
Yeah, when looking at those homes of the median price of when we originally mapped out the Dillon to have around 156 lots, and that put our median home price of around $1.2 to $1.3 million. And when we did our market analysis study with Shannon, she was unable to find our demographic was not open to having $1.2 to $1.3 million homes. That was going to be exclusively to our elites or well-established families. We wanted to include the young couples and allow them to start building their families within the Dillon, as our amenities were definitely pointed toward family-oriented activities. But we had to drop all of those down just to make a profit. Because having a $1.2 million home and only having 150 lots, our land cost was going to be nearly, I believe it was around $400,000 per home, which was just a little bit too much for us to bank on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm looking at your cash flow, and it's a little confusing. First of all, just the cumulative number at the end. If you could have that be cumulative throughout the project, it looks like you summarized it in each quarter by just providing the sum of the model units plus production units. It was a little bit confusing. Ideally, we're looking at it and seeing how you're building your way up to the total amount of units that you're selling here and closing. But with that being said, it looks like you close your model or one of your models in Q2 of 2025. So are you planning on being able to have that be completed in Q2 of 2025? Or are you actually like renovating it and selling that model? What's happening in that quarter?
Yeah, so the model homes are being constructed in phase one, so they will already be standing, and then they can be converted from, because it will be worked out of the garage as a sales office, and by that time it will be able to be renovated and refit into a sellable home.
Okay, so even though you'll still be selling through 2027, you want one of your models to be converted earlier in the project?
That is a possibility, yes.
Okay. And then it looked like in general you were talking about at one point, it looked like in your sales and marketing, that I really appreciate that you included homeowner walks. That's an awesome thing to be able to have a really good customer turnover journey. But as far as in it, it looked like I was a little confused. Is your sales manager writing contracts, or what is that? Who's actually sitting down with the buyer to write?
So that will be one of the members of our sales team. We obviously have quite a couple of them, 4 in total. So that will be one of them, whether that be the VP of sales or that area sales manager. They will kind of be dedicated more towards that side of things.
Got it. Okay. Just, it's nice to have management and VP be able to focus more on strategy, and then having an on-site sales counselor presence, and that being the one that's actually walking the homes and touring the models and being able to sit down and establish a relationship with the buyer, especially because that relationship doesn't end at contract. You're cultivating your backlog and making sure that they stay happy. So having a dedicated sales counselor to this community would be something to consider.
Great job. Thanks for doing all this work. I should confess there's about a quarter to a third of my team who are ECU grads. So. I like the boneyard development. A couple statements, then a question. First, thank you for identifying the HOA and making a note of that. A lot of people forget that. Second, more dog stations make happy communities. That's just a fact. So thank you again for thinking of that. I love that you remembered the mail kiosk. That's something a lot of people forget as well. So my question is on your standard lots that are, 42 feet wide by 72 feet deep. Did you do any lot fits to see what homes will fit on a 72-foot deep lot? Because that's, usually our minimum is about 110 feet deep, so you get the house, the setbacks in the backyard.
Yes, ma'am. Our largest home, the Calico, will be exclusively for our premium lots. It will not fit on our standard size, but the other 3 will.
Okay, and with the backyard and meeting all the setbacks
Yes,
and everything?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you all. couple of positive things here. I mean, just some little details like we're kind of already picked up on, but even down to the parking lot, being able to use that as dual function, being for your sales effort, and then leaving that for the amenity site was wise. High arc, is that something, can you explain where you came across that, how you learned to use it, and?
Yeah,
'Cause it was
so
great.
High Arc they run out of Raleigh, North Carolina, so they're a little close to home. Ed is a representative, and he joined us today, and he was part of the communication team to help me get a hold of High Arc, and they help sponsor our chapter of NAHB at East Carolina University, and in return, we get to use their software, and we are thrilled to be able to use it. Are you asking more specifics on how we use it, or just how we got a hold of it?
No, that's perfect. That
Okay.
answers my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great add to the team, for sure. 5 phases might be a little bit overkill, and I think there were, through some of the parts of it, your pacing, you might wind up causing a gap. So that's kind of the challenge, when it's great to split the phases up as it limits risk and everything else and helps with cash flow. But if it gets in the way of your success and being able to keep a good thing going, then you might wish that you'd done a little bit less. There was a single car garage on one of them. Are you confident that that's acceptable between the design guidelines and the developer and municipality?
So that was an issue once we did the renderings. Oh, sorry. That was an issue from the rendering side of things. Somehow that slipped through our fingers. We did catch that earlier. But the rendering was incorrect. The 2-car garage is supposed to be, the front-facing 2-car garage is what is supposed to be on that home.
All right, got it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well done, great presentation. Spectacular packet, really one of the best formatted, laid out, easy to read, great information, well done there. The homeowner meetings was great to highlight, especially how you mentioned that you're gonna do weekly updates. The communication to the buyers is great, I love to see that, thank you for putting that in there. Do have one question on your sales team. It references that their pay they will receive a bonus of 25% from any unused sales concessions. Can you elaborate a little more on what exactly you mean by that?
Because we chose to do a lot of our marketing on social media, we did figure out that it would not be as costly as to do mail-in informational packets to where we think our buyers would come from. So any of that sales budget that we don't end up using, we would distribute that back to our sales team.
Interesting. Answer?
It's not unheard of, we do
No?
that. Yeah, so I really appreciate you guys doing that thought, but we build into our prices incentives, and if they don't get used, the sales team will get a portion of it.
They're
so.
doing their job and we don't need the extra marketing.
Right.
We can get that money back.
I didn't say it was a bad idea, I'm just asking because we don't do that, I'm not familiar. Well done.
Well done, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I just want to thank you guys for taking the time to host us and giving us this opportunity to present a project that we really are excited about. We spent a lot of time in preparation for this, and we're super excited. We think we're sitting on a good investment here, and this is going to be Marigold Meadow. So I'll go introduce myself. I'm Connor McAllister, and this is our project team.
I'm William Grant, Michael Owens, Jason Yoder.
All right, so we'll start with a executive summary of the project. So what we're wanting to do here is really just describe to you why we're so excited about this project. West Summerlin is where our project is located. It's about 14 miles west of Las Vegas, and what we have here is a growing population. And this population, our demographic is mostly young families and the higher percentage of earners. So they're going to be looking to move out of their starter homes and start families and kind of upgrade their home into a more luxurious home. And there is a market gap for that, which we'll talk more about later, where we can have some market advantage with our house plans. So it is 189 homes. It is about a 5-year project duration. This comes at about an investment of about $55 million that caps out at $64 million with a calculated net profit of $59 million, which brings us to a internal rate of return on investment, or rate of return of just below 23%. All right, so we can kind of get an idea of more where we're located. Again, we're 14 miles west of Las Vegas. We're sitting on 48.84 acres of land, and we will kind of show a closer look of our commute times. These are our surrounding highways and transportation as these are airports and highways. And then we can take a closer look at some of our surrounding developments. One thing that we are extremely excited for is our school systems. We know that for young parents and for families, that school systems are a huge make or break thing when it comes to buying a home. And we are excited to say that our school systems are very good in this area. From elementary to high school, the schools are rated highly as far as Nevada schools go. And then we'll also kind of show some of our other developments around the area, including things like our grocery stores, outdoor recreation, things like our hospitals, golf courses. We're calculating about an average time of 20-minute commute to job commutes using things such as like the surrounding business developments as well as downtown Vegas. And then surrounding hospitals and golf courses. I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Michael, and he's going to talk to you more about our land parcels.
Taking a closer look, you see we'll be building in parcels K and L. There's a population of about 21,000 people, that's a 5% growth from 2022. So this is a graph of the new home sales in the area, and it's rising. We expect it to stay this way for the next years to come. Starts versus closings in a 21 average period, we're looking at 948 homes being closed. This is going to create a gap in the market, and we expect to fill this gap and to set a precedent in the market. Now I'm going to hand it over to Chase for the competitors.
So currently we have about 16 competitors in the area, but only 8 of those are active. As you can see, the orange star on the west side of the map, that's our location. It's a beautiful location, perfect scenic area for outdoor activities. Also, it's going to be a really safe area for new families moving in. And it's also close enough for convenience and schools in the area too. So this is our overall competition in the greater Las Vegas area. As you can see, we're in the upper middle area as far as home pricing goes. But this is our main competitors, and what you can see is there's not many main competitors even in our area. So a lot of these competitors are actually closing out in the market. So we're going to open to a market gap, and while they're closing out, we're going to have a beautiful opportunity for families to get into affordable luxury.
A little bit about statistics. So the median income is going to be around $141,000, with the mean income around $185,000. And the percentage of the population that's considered high income in this area is about 31%. As you can see, the median age is around 38 years old, with the majority of this population being anywhere from 18 to 64. So our target market is really going to be the high income, mid-career married families around 30 to 59 years old with 1 to 3 children.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and dive into some of our product design here and talk about our house plans. All of our house plans are going to be between the 2,300 to 3,300 square foot mark. That's going to create a little bit larger house sizes. Like again, we're upgrading from our starter homes, starting our families, and upgrading our homes into a little bit nicer luxury, but at a great value. In all of our house plans, you will notice that we've incorporated some sort of outdoor feature, whether it be a deck, a patio, or a veranda or something of the sort. And that's just because of our location. We're located, again, in beautiful scenery at the base of the mountains. But moving through to our model home, if this will come back up. Okay, we're back. So our model home is going to be up here on the top right with this red star. Our model home is going to be a corner lot. Our corner lot are going to be a $10,000 premium lot. The reason that they are at a premium is because they're a little bit larger house plan and as well as lot size. So we're going to be driving home that premium there. And then one thing also you'll notice with our house designs is they are very diverse. I think we're excited about this because it's going to open up our market to a lot of buyers. So there's kind of options for everyone out there, as well as it kind of brings a custom feel to a production home build. And as you can see, like I noted before, we got a lot of outdoor space, rooftop areas, and that's going to kind of move through to the end of our home design. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to site logistics.
So for site logistics, we have a good mixture of premium corner lots. These corner lots are actually awesome because it's a little bit higher of a profit margin than our normal housing. We're also going to add in 2 entryways to ease traffic during the construction process, and those will be put at the first phase.
All right, now we can talk a little bit about quality assurance. With a neighborhood like this that we want to build, you have this affordable luxury, and with that needs to come quality. So we're going to do our very best to uphold that. Another thing is sustainability. That's going to be a big thing for us. So what we would like to see is, in accordance with the Green Building Standard, we'd like to achieve a silver rating. With that will come a Water Sense certification as well as an Energy Star certification. One last thing is homeowners association. Annual dues will be about $400 a year, and this is going to take care of that landscaping out front by the entrances, upkeep of the mail services, and other utilities.
So in our vertical construction phasing, we're going to have 4 phases, phase 1 through phase 4. Each phase will be about 45 to 55 homes per phase. Each phase will not start until 75% of the previous phase is built. We're also going to build the mailboxes first to be ready for the first group of homeowners that moves in. For scheduling our land development, the northern side of our property actually has a higher elevation than the southern side. So what we're going to do is cut the northern side and use that material to actually fill the southern side of the property, making a balanced job site. So our project duration is going to be about 5 years, 1 month. Our land development is going to be 1.5 years, and then our vertical construction is going to be 3 years and 2 months. Overall, we're looking at 5 years of a job site, and we're going to be, our duration is going to be from 2024 to 2029. So for marketing, as Americans are kind of upgrading their lives, they're upgrading to luxury vehicles, they're upgrading to luxury services. So what we really want to push our development is an affordable luxury for young families to move in and kind of upgrade their lives as they're building these young families. We're going to do this by advertising 2 ways, using physical advertisement and digital advertisement. We're going to have professional billboards and flyers. We're also going to sponsor a local baseball game to really bring excitement for the local market to move into these new developments. We're also going to gather outside markets through our digital marketing using professional websites and an amazing social media presence. Here's a quick budget of our marketing department. We're going to allocate about $360,000 to our marketing director, who's going to cover digital advertisement, as well as physical advertisement and also showing the homes. The bulk of our money is actually going to be about $10 million, and it's going to be a 5% commission for our local realtor.
All right, now we can move into estimation. So what we did for estimating in this area was use RS means for the Vegas area, and we did our quantity takeoffs using Bluebeam. Our square footage range is going to range anywhere from 2,300 to 3,300, with the construction costs of around 380 to 490,000. Our average margin is going to be about 25%. We're going to see 18 on the low side and up to 29 on the high side. And like we mentioned earlier, there will be a premium for those corner lots of around $10,000 because you do get that extra space. And our sales prices are going to be anywhere from $990,000 to about $1.2 million.
So for the financial and risk analysis, for legal risk, we plan to have builder's insurance. All of our trade partners will be required to have a master service agreement, and everything that we're reliable for will be in our contracts. For the operational risks, we require PPE on all active job sites. Our supervisors are going to keep homeowners off of home sites that are under construction, and any operational issues that arise, we're going to handle quickly to keep our schedule on point. So we have a mortgage rates are 7%. The inflation rate is 3.2%, which is down from 7% last year. We expect this to affect us in some way. We're expecting material shortages. Since we're primarily specs, we're going to order a material and sit on the material as we build throughout the project. And if there is an issue and time drags on, we will provide reasonable price changes to accommodate the homeowners for this. So we chose five starts a month. This matches the other builders in our area. We're doing 120-day build time. This will give us an adequate amount of time to build the home as well as the highest return on our investment. So we'll have a net profit of $59.5 million. We're looking at an IRR of 22.66%, and we'll have a net recipients of $209 million, and our net expenditures will be $149 million. So as I stated before, we're going to have 5 starts a month. We're going to do 4 sales a month, rising to 5. Our initial investment is $55 million with a maximum investment of $64.2 million, and we're expecting to break even in August of 2027. Finally, our risk mitigation plan. Floor plans will be reconsidered if they're in low demand. We'll slow down vertical construction to mitigate damages from sales drop-offs, and finally, we'll sell off lots after phases 1 and phase 2 of the project. I'd like to thank you guys for listening to our presentation and open up the floor for questions.
Oh, it's me. Good work, guys. Where's the rest of your team?
They graduated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
but-
graduated, and then Kevin couldn't be with us for medical reasons.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope he's doing well. Thank you guys for being here. It was a solid presentation and a good packet. There was a few things that I really appreciated. You guys included like homeowner walks in your sales and marketing section. But I was super curious. This 5% commission that you're giving your sales counselor is amazing, but also relatively high in comparison to the market. What made you decide to go with the 5%?
So we chose 5% because we looked at the area, and 5% was about average for this area.
Okay.
And so we figured if we're going to put that many sales into one person or one group, that 5% would be sufficient.
Okay. So is that an internal sales counselor, or is that for your like realtor co-op?
That's going to be an external one
Okay.
that we'll hire through a local agency.
Got it. And then I lost my question. Hold on. Oh, I didn't see any permits or like due diligence fees in your cost estimate. Did you guys include that?
Yes, in the book we put that in there.
Okay.
But yeah, as we go, obviously we're going to get permits and everything that's required to do the construction.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, great job. Thanks for coming. I guess a statement and a question. I like your site design. I think it takes advantage of the property that you're working with. And looking at your premium lots, why didn't you, I mean, you said you're putting premiums on the larger lots, but did you not want to put premiums on the other lots for views or proximity to the park?
So our main factors when talking about premium lots was just size and lot size and square footage. Things like views and other things we're not taking into consideration with the premiums.
So you can do that. You can put a premium on, anything. You have a good salesperson. And then my other question is, you have 189 lots. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's over the 168 that are permitted by the water and sewer study. Did you get a study done to approve the additional lots and get that approved by the city and by the master developer?
No, ma'am, we did not.
That's something you'll want to do before you close.
Right on, nice job, and certainly if your team got smaller due to graduation and other issues, can appreciate what that meant for the four of you who've been remaining to wrap this up. So thanks for working your way through that, which also leads into the technology issues that we just had, and you stayed steady and just kept on rolling. So that's a great example of what you have to have in this business. Things happen, and you just have to be able to persevere and keep working through it. So that was maybe more impressive than anything else. Good job.
Thank you.
The product looks a little different. The mix between the different plans is a little bit more than you would normally see within any given subdivision by a same builder. So maybe just something to consider. And the slab types look a little different. So everything with the rock and everything else here are pretty well just slab on grade, and it looked like you had maybe some crawl space or other types. So just something to think about. Roof pitch, it looked like some of those were maybe over 612, which was in the design guidelines. Is that something y'all picked up on?
Yeah, roof pitch, I believe, was checked for most of these house plans. If there was a few that squeaked through, it's possible, but that was something that we were looking for in our house designs.
Gotcha. Okay. And then on your competition graph, it looked like the competitors who were closing out, as you described, were all sort of in the lower square footage, lower price point compared to where you were plotting out. Do you feel confident that even as those close out, that in that absence, people are going to reach up and come to a higher price for you guys?
So I think the area that we are, which is amazing and it's beautiful scenic area, is what makes us stand apart from the competitors. Also, I think our architecture is really great. These are beautiful homes, and that kind of justifies that area of the market. And as the competitors are kind of closing out, it'll really make us the only ones kind of in that niche area for our price point.
Okay.
One thing I'd just like to add, the competitors that may be closing out at lower price points, I don't think it's something that worries us as much because of the median age and the median income. I still think there's a market out there for our price point. So I think that if anything, it would limit the amount of houses on the market, which I think would advantage us.
Okay. Last question, I promise. It sounds like you're planning a spec start strategy. At what point do you plan to open these up for sale?
I believe we plan to open it up after the first phase. So once the first phase is completed, we'll start selling the lots halfway into the second phase.
Great job, guys. Great presentation, awesome packet, very well done. You can tell you put a lot of work into this. These guys specifically asked every question that I jotted down for myself here. Do have one. I noticed in your quality assurance section, you have a third-party inspector coming in before drywall. If you wouldn't mind expand on that thought a bit more, and do you have them come in any other aspects of the build or just before drywall?
Yeah, so we'll have them come in through various points during the build. The biggest thing is we just want to make sure that, we're not getting complacent and missing anything ourselves. So have them come in, check everything, get that stamp of approval, and go from there.
Well done. I like that. Thank you.
As an alumni of Clemson, I want to say go Tigers.
Go Tigers. Go Tigers.
They did take a lot of my questions. Gary took most of them.
Carry away.
I did wonder if you guys thought about who you had that was going to be managing this vertical and horizontal construction. I did not see that in your packet, and I was just wondering if that was something you thought about, and if not, maybe next year if we see you,
Gotcha.
something should be included.
Okay.
Okay.
That wasn't something that we had thought about. No.
Okay. All right. Well, go Tigers anyway. Thank you. That had
Well, good afternoon. We know it's been a long day, but we appreciate you staying here and listening to our proposal. We really think we got something you'd like to hear. We are Urban Vista Homes, and we'd like to introduce to you Glen Rock. We are building community through storytelling. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce our team representing Urban Vista Homes this afternoon. My name is Jeff Pope. I am the CEO.
Peyton Pedersen, Site and Logistics Manager.
Elizabeth Mondo, COO.
Eric Drucker, Sales and Marketing.
And Kai Monday, CFO.
Here's just a brief overview of some of the topics we'll be hitting in our presentation today. So jumping right into it, this is a photograph of our site, and there's two main things I'd like to point out in this photograph. One is the proximity to gorgeous Red Rocks National Conservation Area that sees over 4 million visitors a year. Wow. The other thing I'd like to point out is the elevation change from the left-hand side of your screen to the right. We see about an 80-foot increase in elevation from the southeast corner to the northwest. This gives us great opportunities to build high-end homes with a beautiful view plane of downtown Las Vegas. This is a brief overview of our proposal. We are proposing a total of 168 lots. 44 of those lots will be premium lots, measuring about 6,000 square feet. The remaining 124 lots will be about 5,000 square feet. We have chosen a good, better, best model for our products with an average sales price of around $1.5 million. Our assumed absorptions are around 3 to 4 per month with an acquisition price of $55 million. That was the asking price. The land development costs around $12.5 million, and direct construction costs just below $80 million, which will result in a 30% internal rate of return. Taking a look at the market in West Summerlin, we'll briefly touch on the market trends in the area. We have seen a 72% increase in home ownership in West Summerlin. We have also seen a 24% increase year over year of homes sold in this area. The average sales price of these homes is around $910,000, and these homes are spending around roughly 28 days less on the market year over year than they did last year. The graph on this slide shows how our products are priced compared to 4 major builders in the area. The map on the left shows the proximity of these builders in relation to our site. The 4 major builders we took a look at were Taylor Morrison, TriPoint, Lennar, and Pulte. Sorry. I would like to let you know that I did take a look at some of the homes that are being sold in this area just to get an idea of availability. And I'm pleased to tell you that Lennar is completely sold out at Arches, as well as Taylor Morrison being sold out at Castellana. And TriPoint is looking to close on their last few units. This is good news for us. Taking a look at our target buyer, the most important thing we look at is household income of around $250,000 or more. These households usually consist of around 2 to 5 people and multi-generations living in one household. The other thing we noticed doing our market analysis was an increase in large industries such as healthcare and tech. And as we know, work from home is becoming more popular, giving our home buyers an opportunity to move to a more desirable area.
So, as Jeff mentioned, we will be developing parcels K and L at Grand Park to create Glen Rock. And taking a closer look at our conceptual concept design, you'll see those 3 homes that Jeff mentioned, the 4 6 by 110 premium lots at the very top of the design, 40 60 by 100 premium lots right below that and to the right, and 124 making up the rest, 50 by 100 standard lots. Throughout the site, you'll notice a lot of walking trails heading at 2 points into the Red Rocks Conservation Area to really promote connectivity with pedestrians and our residents at Glen Rock, and along with green space to enhance the natural elements of the area and really get the community involved in where they're living. We also included some bioswales to help the strategic flow into the off-site retention basins. We know Las Vegas doesn't get a ton of rainfall, but it's a great natural way and aesthetic way to maintain that stormwater when necessary on a small scale as well. At the top, you'll notice an opportunity for an amenity. An amenity that would be great is a small-scale community amphitheater, which would really reflect the needs of the community, the wants of the community, whether that's a concert in the park or just walking their dog, getting coffee on the steps of that amphitheater. Just a great way to reflect the community and integrate everybody around. Project management, we will have a highly experienced team of professionals with safety as the top priority. Communication and coordination is essential between the field and the management officials to ensure efficiency throughout the entire project, with environmental considerations remaining a theme throughout the entirety of the development, and construction site access will be addressed in phasing.
I'd like to touch a little bit on the timeline that we are looking to build our community. Our goal is 150 working days, building 3 to 4 homes within those 150 working days. Our target goal for December of 2024 is land use approvals. Moving into phase 1 with an average construction time of 820 days, and that includes 100 units. Then moving into phase 2, finishing off our 68 units with an average construction days of 491 days, and then completing our community in the fall of 2029. Now, when we're looking at our phasing, we would like to point out that we will have 2 of the higher-end model homes available for residents and future clients to come and view. And our goal with phasing is that we will have all of our construction equipment and traffic phased in and flowed in through the phase 2 site. That way, when we're building our community, the residents who will start to live in the completed homes won't be affected as much with all of the construction, traffic, noise, and logistics. Now, when we're looking at our products, you might ask yourself, why do our products look so different from everyone else? We would like to bring a planned contemporary community within West Summerlin. And so our first product is the Dillon. It's a 2,700 square foot home with 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and a 2-car garage. And when we're looking at the vertical construction costs for this standard first product, it is $120 per square foot. Now, moving into our mid-level product, it is called the Burton. It is a 3,500 square foot home with 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, and a 3-car garage, with a vertical construction cost of $135 per square foot. Now we're moving into our premier product called the Hudson. It is a 4,100 square foot home with 4 bedrooms, 4.5 baths, and a 2-car garage, and a vertical construction cost of $150. For our future clients and residents, we do offer some amenities and upgrades, and some of those amenities and upgrades include a pool, deck, as well as a potential home theater and heated flooring throughout the home. The other sustainable options that we will also offer to our clients are going to include solar panels, xeriscaping, and low VOC finishes.
As you can see, we believe that direct engagement will give us dynamic results. So we are going to use social media to really amplify the message that we want to direct to our targeted market. We're going to use visual storytelling by creating world-class videos highlighting our community, our amphitheater, as well as our model homes. We're going to use keyword optimization along with our mobile-friendly website, which will help increase our reach on websites, search engines. We do know that not all these social media sites are being utilized as effectively as they once were. So that's why, but we think that we need to do a holistic approach, all-encompassing, to really get our message out there and be seen throughout the West Summerlin and Las Vegas area. As far as our marketing strategy goes, like I said, digital marketing is one of our top ends. We also know that real estate agents are the main focus that we need to bring to our community. So we're going to be hosting community events for them as well as the local population who lives in the area. We also are looking at including some luxury partnerships with the Las Vegas Strip about 20 minutes away. We think that's the market that we really want to hit. And we're also going to be looking at advertising on streaming services as well.
Moving forward into our sales forecast and our absorption timeline, we'll start off with sales. We assume absorption of all 168 homes in 2 major phases like we outlined over 4 years. This includes 3 model homes to be finished in January 2026, and we assumed 8 pre-sales. Our sales team will be deployed before the model homes are completed, and once those are completed, the garage spaces will be converted into a sales office, and once the project closes out, they'll be converted back to normal. Moving on to absorption, we expect 3 to 4 units per month in all phases based on our market research of the surrounding area. The great part about the phasing approach we took here is that it allows us to adjust to accommodate dynamic market conditions. Homes will be built from 2025 to 2029, and we plan to close out by Q3 of 2029. We also worked through a sensitivity analysis to ensure that our community is resilient through a variety of market changes. We tested absorption, land development cost, our base sales price, our vertical construction cost, and we created a conservative estimate that adjusted base price and absorption outlined in the table below. In conclusion, all scenarios tested bring a positive internal rate of return, with absorption being the most sensitive contributor to the final rate of return, and base sales price being the most sensitive contributor to our net profit. To conclude, we believe we bring a valuable addition to the master plan with 168 lots split between premium and standard options for all home buyers. We have 3 major plans offered with a variety of elevations to ensure diversity throughout the neighborhood, and an average sales price of $1.5 million. Like we've stated, we plan to have an absorption rate of 3 to 4 units per month, and we plan to move forward with the $55 million acquisition cost, with $12.5 million of site development and just under $80 million of direct construction on our homes. This brings us to a final internal rate of return of around 30%. So thank you for listening, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thanks for coming. All great work. This is a very, very good presentation. I have a couple questions. Let me start with the site plan. First, I love all the trails, the way you've connected this community to the park and to the rest of the community. 2 questions on the site plan. One, it's not particularly curvilinear like the master plan recommends, and 2, you have a lot of green space for something that's already connected to the park. Walk me through those decisions.
Yeah, so our main goal is the 168 single-family homes. However, we decided to take a very conceptual approach as we were keeping green space as a priority as well as the 168 homes. However, we're not married to this, and we just thought it would be a great way to keep community connected and integrate the theme of the Red Rocks Conservation Area. I think with further discussion with other professionals and maybe our structural engineers, we could find a better way to utilize that space. But when we were designing the site, we felt that it really incorporated the surrounding area.
And then just a follow-up on your lot sizes, which are 100 feet deep, or some of them are 100 feet deep. Did you do a lot fit to ensure you can fit the house and even potentially a pool on the lot with all the setbacks? Because normally we're at like 110 feet deep, and that's the minimum to really get all that on there.
Yeah. So when we were looking at those options, those aren't going to be available for each lot. Those are really pretty much available for the premium lots that have that space, and either it's going to be a pool or a deck, so you won't be able to have both.
Thank you.
All right, nice job, y'all. Product-wise, did I pick up and understand the style that you're wanting to bring here, and that's unique? I guess the foundation type, some of them are more for being built into a hillside, and so I was just curious, are you planning to bench the entire site to have flat foundation types, or are you looking to leave some of the natural terrain that we saw and construct some of the homes into that slope?
Yes, to answer your question, we are going to try to fit the homes within the terrain and the grading. Some of the homes and the elevations that we have chosen will have somewhat of a tuck under option, which will allow for a little bit of that split level to be built into the grading going up as we build within the phases.
Okay. Back on the site plan, on the left-hand side, the first of the yellow triangles on the bottom. So it appears from this that there's street on the front and on the rear. How do you plan to kind of make that look right?
Yeah, again, this was more of a conceptual design. Again, we weren't the single loaded lots either. We're not married to. We were thinking maybe creating a tract that is more similar to the one below it and fixing that curvature of the street there to just align properly like the rest and be more uniform. But yeah, that's how. But yeah, we would rework that a bit.
Okay. And then kind of picking up on what was previously mentioned with the way that the lots, particularly in the cul-de-sac, would be careful with your lot fits. Whenever it's pinched that tight in the front, you wind up pushing that front build line back really far before you reach the width of your home plan. And so it can cause a challenge, as well as the driveway access and actually having the proper width to get a vehicle in there comfortably. But otherwise, really nice job. Thank y'all.
Great presentation, great packet. Can tell you guys put a lot of work into this. Thank you for that. Great sales and marketing section. I do have a few questions for you there, though. I appreciate that you reference working with outside realtors and you're going to pay them. There's some builders in our business that are getting away from that. I'm a firm believer that they work with us and help us bring in our clients. I see that you're paying them 1.5%. How did you come up with the 1.5% number?
Yeah, so I kind of came up with that number based off what other local communities were paying their real estate agents.
Okay. Fair answer. Also, in the sales and marketing section, it says you're going to deploy your sales agents before the models are done. Plan there.
Yeah, so we'll have a set of pre-sale lots available. We plan to have an option to deploy our sales and marketing team into a temporary spot, and then while we build the models, they'll have an area to make sure that we can get everything sold and moving before our models are built. And then once those are built, they'll have a more permanent spot that's more similar to what the other builders are using today. We just really wanted to prioritize an early start to get those pre-sales moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also to add to it, we are looking to do the floor plans on an enlarged space. That way we can actually have the clients walk through and they can get a great feel for what the space is going to feel like. They're not going to be able to see the structure built vertically, but they'll still be able to walk through it and conceptualize the spacing for bedrooms and kitchen and other living spaces within the products.
Awesome. Makes sense. Yeah, it could be difficult to sell before, but I like that idea. My last comment on the sales and marketing is you're the first one that said you're going to use influencers to help sell your brand. What influencers do you have in mind? How would they do that? And how much do you put the budget for that?
Yeah, so I mean, our total budget was 1.5% of our gross revenue, I believe. And I mean, again, as far as influencers, I'm just mostly we were thinking of focusing on real estate agents who are big in the Las Vegas, West Summerlin area. The really popular ones who utilize social media, Instagram, Facebook, live reels, things like that to just kind of spread the word about our community.
Sounds good. Good answers. Thank you.
Good job. I did have a question. Your market analysis information was very good, and I really like how you did the price per square foot and the annual starts and annual closings. I'm wondering if you looked at your competition to see what their monthly absorption pace was in order to justify your monthly absorption pace.
Yeah, so we saw a variety of different absorption rates across the community. We saw anything from 2 per month all the way up to, I believe, 6. So we picked something right in the middle. We have a higher price point than some of these communities. So we wanted to make sure to balance both the fact that we do have those high price options with a longer construction time and make sure that we do fit kind of right in the middle of the market. We also made sure to test a decrease in absorption and an increase to make sure it works either way in case anything changes.
I'll just add to that there, as we know, there's been a lot of market volatility in the past few years. So coming up with, doing our research, things were a little funky, but things seem to be squaring out a little better these days. And just checking this morning, it seems like things are really picking back up. So
Yeah, definitely. I can feel it. The other question I had for you was I noticed you had 2 model homes that you were planning on building. With only 3 product types, do you think you need 2 models?
So we definitely did have a discussion about that, and our decision was to build the 2 higher-end homes so that we could give everyone an option to see what the potential upgrades could be like, because those are somewhat hard to visualize if you just build the standard model. So yes, we will build the 2 models. Eventually, if we need to, we can build the standard model and have that also on the site within phase 1.
and we'd also like to push any of our potential buyers to a higher end product.
Okay, thanks.
So just taking a look at your schedule, I saw that it looks like entitlements it had a 0-day duration, so I'm just curious, but I know that you're not starting until it looked like 2025. So are you, if given the green light from the executive team, does that mean you start that approval process tomorrow, or?
Yeah, so we would like to address that. Once we do have that approval, we do plan to immediately start, and that addresses that gap between approval and starting approvals.
Got it. And then your largest home had a 46% margin. So just trying to make sure that I understand, obviously hard costs are going into that. Is that also including like every soft costs, seller's fees, buyer concessions, and you're getting a 46% margin on it?
Yeah, so we're definitely not taking everything into account here, and that's coming partly from some limitations in our pro forma that we used. We were stuck with percentages and the fact that we don't necessarily have full access to piece-by-piece data from a builder. So we did have to run with some assumptions, and we did assume that we would have a lower margin, so we plan to look into that through our sensitivity analysis to make sure that an adjustment in vertical and horizontal costs would not affect our project negatively in a way that it would not be approved in that case.
Got it, yeah. It's a pretty healthy margin, so if that truly is all soft costs, hard costs, seller expenses, everything included, then it's also worth being able to consider if you need that high of a margin, so that way maybe you pick up the sales space. So once you guys dial that in, we'd love for you to come back to the executive team and maybe we review that a little bit. But.
If that's an invitation, we accept.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely did what we could, and we have a pretty comprehensive set of what our horizontal costs are going to be and our vertical costs will be. So there's definitely room for adjustment if needed, but we do think we have a good start there to make assumptions on.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Good job.
Good job.
Good evening, investors, and welcome to Edgewood, where your vision meets cutting-edge luxury. We are proposing a development of 168 single-family homes with a mountain view on one side and Las Vegas Strip view on the other. We're expecting a minimum profit of $56 million with a 20% cash-on-cash return. Let me introduce you to our team. Our team involves myself, Harsh, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer, with Shreya, the Chief Product Officer, Himangi, the Chief Development Officer, and Kaustubh, who is the Chief Financial Officer. Looking at the site, our site is located in Summerlin, West Nevada, with property parcels K and L to be developed, with a site area of 48.84 acres and a land asking price of $55 million. Let's dive into the market analysis part, which is the introduction to our entire project. Looking at our CMA comprises of 25 minutes drive time with 10 nationally recognized private schools and 16 public schools in the area, with 15 minutes drive time to the Las Vegas Strip and a 20-minute drive time to the International Airport. In addition to this, there are many daily essentials as well as leisure places within the area. Now, we'll take a look at the market overview, which will give us insight on why this is a great investment opportunity. Summerlin is the 4th best-selling master plan community in the entire United States, with 42% of the people in and around our census tract earning more than $200,000, and with 75% hike in median sale price seen in the last 5 years. In addition to this, there are also 52% equity-rich buyers, with 1/3 of all homes being bought by cash, which is a great economic indicator. We are keeping these facts in mind. We'll look at the target audiences. The first is the high-income families earning more than $200,000. The second would be the adults and the pre-retirees who make up most of our CMA. The third would be the migrating populace. The inbound migration data showed that most of the people were coming in from LA, Bay Area, Seattle, Chicago, New York, and Hawaii, and 40% of them were coming in from California, where the median sale price of homes are 40% higher than that of Summerlin. And the fourth would be the investors. A data from Redfin showed that there was a 279% rise in investment around the Vegas area. Looking at the competitor market analysis, we found out that the key competitors in the area were Toll Brothers, Tripont, KB Homes, and Lennar Homes. And also, looking at the area, we found out that 80% of the houses were priced at more than $1 million. We also did a scatter plot analysis to get more perspective and found that most of the houses were between 2,500 to 4,000 square feet and were priced between 1 and 1.75 million. This helped us decide our 4 home products, which you can see from the scatter plot, and meet the opportunity zone and the market's demand. Now Shreya will take it ahead.
Thank you, Harsh. Just now we got our insights about the market who's selling more than over $1 million house prices. Now let's look at what's the specialty of this land here in Summerlin West and look at the existing conditions. The video you are just seeing depicts that here in Summerlin West we have a desert landscape with very dense soil. As well as here we have the coarse texture of soil with limited water retention capacity contouring prominently in the southeast direction, which also helps us to plan our infrastructure and utilities. As well as making use of this natural condition, we have the less cut and fill option. The second and most important advantage to us that we have the Las Vegas Strip on the southeast direction. The arrows will point to the southeast direction. This gives us opportunity to make maximum money. Ensuring the safe and convenient transportation system within the community, we plan to provide 24 feet two-way wide road with ample parking space on one side and pedestrian walkways. These roads are adhering to the Nevada and Clark County road regulations. Keeping all these existing conditions in mind, we have planned 168 lots in our master plan community, making use of the maximum available land and adhering to the electric and water restrictions. Also providing the maximum possible lots, the Las Vegas Strip view or either the Red Rock Mountain view. Strategic placements of these lots and lot premiums gives the buyers opportunity to make multiple choices, as well as gives us the opportunity to generate the revenue of 6.07 millions with just because of these lot premiums. Here at Edgewood, we have 4 different floor plan footprints with 2 different architectural styles, making it 8 different variations to choose for buyers. Our first product is a Cypher Heaven, starts at 1.04 million, is a 2,700 square feet single-story structure with modern architectural style. Our second product, Elysian Summit, starts at 1.24 million, is a 2,900 square feet two-story structure, again with a contemporary style architecture. Our third product, Opulent Panorama, is a Mediterranean style architecture house which starts at 1.56 million, is a 3,200 square feet single-storied house. Our fourth and largest product, which is Quantum Crest, starts at 1.75 million, is a 3,600 square feet two-storied structure. Here at Edgewood, we cater the buyer preferences, and we are also offering few upgrades. For interiors, we have the kitchen, flooring, and bathroom upgrades. For exteriors, we have the roof, EV charging, and solar panel upgrades, as well as for backyards, we have the swimming pool, pergola patios, and outdoor kitchen options. Keeping the sustainability in mind, we have 2 major goals for our development, that is the environmental preservation as well as the aesthetics. Keeping that things in mind, we plan to provide the xeriscape theme throughout our development. As well as for energy efficiency, we plan to provide low-E windows and smart appliances to all our products. As well as to save water, we are ensuring the water-efficient plumbing systems. Next we have is the construction management part taken care by Himangi.
So thank you, Shreya. And now let's look at our estimate at Edgewood. So the land acquisition cost for the project is 55 million, as discussed by Harsh in his overview. Our site development estimate comprises of 6 major categories. Those are soil erosion, earthwork, road work, utilities, landscaping, and permits. This sums up to a total of 12.9 million, wherein we have also considered a 5% contingency to cover for some unforeseen circumstances such as encountering cliche. Our building construction cost evaluations are based on thorough market analysis, and here we have considered competitive pricing, also considering our existing estimates, and come up with a total of 94 million. At Edgewood, we embrace community development phasing approach, which involves dividing the entire development plan into manageable phases for effective implementation and optimal impact. Consequently, here at Edgewood, we have divided our development plan into 3 manageable phases. With our phase 1, that is to the northeast, will feature 48 homes. This is our smallest phase, as here we prioritize minimum investment while maximizing profits. Also, another advantage right here, starting this phase right here, is to have, like we have ready access to underground utilities here, so we can pull connections for our construction, helping us with the construction cost. Our next phase, phase 2, that comprises of 62 homes. Here, the priority is to foster a sense of community amongst the future residents. Our phase 3, that will feature 58 homes. This phase sets a milestone for our project, as this surpasses the break-even point, generating substantial profit for our project. At Edgewood, we have strategically placed our 4 model homes right at the entrance of the project to give the future residents a glimpse of what Edgewood has to offer. We have also taken care of the temporary material management and the material management facilities here, while coordinating it with the schedules for smooth and easy access. Also, an important point to note here is the vertical materials will be delivered directly to the home site for the ease of access. At Edgewood is set to complete in 5 years, 9 months, and 9 days, with our first phase starting in March 24 and ending in October 26. Our next phase, phase 2, will start in August 25 and end in April 28. Our phase 3 is set to begin in February 27 and end in December 29. At Edgewood, we also have a dedicated team of professionals to look after the entire project. We have a construction manager who is overlooking the entire project, who is supported by 2 superintendents
and a project coordinator and an assistant for smooth functioning of the construction site. Here, we have also identified 4 major risks, one of which is market fluctuations that we'll be discussing further. Then water scarcity, as Treya mentioned about in the sustainability about providing Xeriscape theme. For the supply chain issues, we are planning on maintaining buffer inventories and connecting with the local suppliers. For labor shortage, we are planning on investing into training and development. And now Kaustubh will take it ahead with the sales and marketing.
Awesome. So far we have seen how meticulously our team has worked through market analysis, followed by land and product development, and at the end with the amazing construction management principles. Now let's delve into the most important part of any development project, which is how and how much of money we gonna make to this project. We have calculated top 5 trending sales strategies for this project. The first one is an early buyer incentive. We are planning to provide down payment assistance to the new buyers as well as veterans. We also gonna have broker open houses for the new buyers to know their neighborhood as well as check in with their neighbors. Further, we're gonna run referral programs as well as collaboration and networking with local influencers for a better reach. And at the end, we're gonna have an incentive-based sales team of 2 representatives and an outside realtor with a 3% commission, which is being considered in our estimate. Now, for the marketing, we have done a thorough real estate analysis and study. According to the real estate survey by Virtuan, 71% of the real estate developer in this area claim that social media is one of the most important marketing strategies they have inculcated. Second one is 67% of the new home buyers in this area claim that floor plans and virtual tours were one of the most efficient tools for them to select their houses. And the third and most important is Interstate 15. Daily, on an average, 52,526 cars crosses California and Nevada borders, which gives us highway billboard as one of the most efficient marketing strategy we can. Our total marketing budget is only 1.24 million considering this all, which is sums up to only 2.2% of the total budget. Having a marketing budget between 2% to 5% is an ideal condition, and we are certainly at a ballpark of it. Now, let's see how much of the money we're gonna make, because we all know for any development project, it's all about money. To determine the sensitivity of this project to the unforeseen marketing condition, we have gone through 4 financial risk mitigating scenarios. First one is a base scenario. With this current selling data for the present real estate developer, we came up with 3 number of home sales per month. This will help us generate 56 million of profit. From the graph, you can see the maximum cash infusion we will require at any time of the project will be only 69 million, and we have a break-even point on the 49th month. Followed by this, looking at the inbound migration and 40,000 people coming only from California every year, we certainly propose 4 number of home sales per month. This will help us generate 59 million of the profit. And further, from the insider information such as increase in investment by 279%, as well as the hike in median selling price by 75%, certainly indicate we can propose sale of 5 homes per month. This will help us generate whooping 63 million. That's huge, yeah. And if things goes off the rail, we also got covered with a scenario which we call as a doomsday scenario, which is a developer scenario wherein we will be selling minimum, that is 3 number of home sales, and we will sell off the land after development in phase 2. This will still keep us on a positive side, and we have also considered 10% depreciation in a value of land in case of recession, and we will still be getting 700 million profit and get covered in this scenario as well. Now, as a part of financial overview and a project summary, I would like to tell you all that we have this fantastic opportunity to develop 168 single family units within a period of only 6 years. This will help us generate minimum revenue of 234 million with the cash infusion of 69 million. The minimum profit we will earn through this project will be 56 million with a cash on cash return which is 20%. Having a cash on cash return 20%, like between 15 to 18% is a blessing for this area, and we are certainly above it. And at the end, I would like to thank you, and if I would like to leave you with anything, it will be a thought that at Spartan Homes, we are not just building homes, we are building a community, and we are developing a sense of urban sustainable living. Thank you.
job, y'all. I asked you to finish strong, and you didn't disappoint, so thank you. Really great presentation, the quality, the images, especially the flyover, when you're thinking about the intent of what this is for, where you're trying to kind of take people who aren't as familiar with the project as you should be and helping communicate that to them. That was a really nice and effective way of doing that. You did a nice job. I like the site plan concept of being able to maximize the views, be it the strip and or the desert. Did you mention anywhere, maybe I missed it, what you plan to charge for those premiums?
Yes, we did. It's on the plan. We
Okay.
have, for all the lot key and premiums, we have a specific budget as well as the values which we derived from a local survey, and we have included that as well.
Okay. Then you mentioned high efficient plumbing systems, water efficient plumbing systems. Could you elaborate on how you plan to do that?
Yeah, with providing the water sensors to all our plumbing equipment, and as well as using the tap sensors as well. We are providing that water efficient systems. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Well done. Great work. Tell you put a lot of effort into this. I don't want to repeat, but it was great. That flyover deal was one of the best images we saw today. I really like that. And also, I really liked how you used the CMA to price your homes, make sure you're meeting the market, not above the market, below the market. You're spot on. Very well done. Well done there. I'd like to ask about something I'm not familiar with, so I can learn something as well. In your sustainability section, you speak about the walkable streets. What does walkable streets mean?
Providing the sense of like when you walk, there will be a lot of trees over there throughout our development, that the sense of green space around you. Yeah.
Interesting. Gotcha. Good idea. Thank you.
Okay. It was a really great presentation. Good job. Your market research, you really delved deep into it. I really appreciate that. It's something that's dear to my heart, so thank you for doing that. My questions to you are about your site plans. The design guidelines said you needed to have a little bit of curve in your roads. I noticed in phase 2 in particular, there was hardly any curvature to the roads. Was there reasoning behind that?
We did provide the curves, like we provided the cul-de-sacs at the end wherever it was possible, and making use of the natural condition. We kept all of our primary roads, like from the first entrance, we have the primary roads, and the secondary and tertiary roads are perpendicular to it, and we are having the less cut and fill through that option. That's
Okay.
why, and we ensure that we have the curvatures in
Okay.
those, yeah.
The other thing I noticed is you had some roads in there that were single-loaded roads for your lots, so you had roads on both sides. Was there thought behind that instead of having lots that were back-to-back? Roads are really expensive, so you could have saved some money on land development by not doing that. Was there a reason you did it that way?
As the land slopes on the southeast direction, our site is also grading upwards. That's why we have those kind of rows, single-loaded rows on each section.
Okay.
Yeah.
And last question. I think I saw that you had your model in phase 2.
No, it was in,
There was a warehouse.
yeah.
Oh,
Those were the
okay.
warehouses.
All right. Then good, great, thank you.
Yeah, just to echo everyone's comments, really great work, guys. And I think you guys ended strong. It's always hard to be the last team of the day, so good work. One of the things I did want to ask about, though, is on your cash flows. It was a little bit confusing to me at the end. Just your cumulative number doesn't really make sense, so it's hard to be able to see really where you're at within the project itself. It's probably just a formula error, but definitely make sure, because that's something that an executive team would continuously go back and look at and just see if the numbers are adding up. So really make sure that you triple check that pro forma at the end. But with that being said, I know that you guys, it looked like you wanted to do 36 homes before you were really starting production. So how many of those were pre-sales before you had any models available?
As far as I know, like we have proposed 30 number of home sales in advance.
Okay. And how do you plan on being able to achieve that? I did notice that I appreciate that you guys have some marketing and advertisement budgets in Q1 despite not having sales until Q2. So can you just speak to that pre-sale strategy a little bit more?
Yes, like using the social media, and we are also planning to hire a freelancer, which in advance help us to sell our homes before we start the phase 2, like Q2. So this will certainly help us to achieve at least 30 number of home sales before we begin.
Got it.
Yeah, to add in, we are planning that we'll use social AdWords like Zillow AdWords, then also use many of the places from where the inbound migration is, like Hawaii.
Yeah.
So we are trying to collaborate with the golf chapters over there. So we went and searched and found out that there are many advertisement options with the golf places over there as well. And also the golf club Oroyo in the area, in Summerlin area, we are trying to give, in the first phase, if people buy, then we are giving them incentives of membership, golf memberships, so to attract more people in that way.
Awesome.
I'll just say it again, great presentation. Just really well thought out presentation and package and site plan. Two comments and a question. One, thank you for including the HOA. That's an important element a lot of people miss. And I like that you use the Grand Park as an amenity and really focused on getting your lots into the site plan. The one thing I couldn't tell was what size are the lots? Like how wide and how deep are they?
With keeping in mind our maximum lots are averaging from 6,000 to 7,500 square feet, and with usual dimensions ranging from 100 as a width, the length. Yeah.
Okay. 100 feet's a little shallow for the size house you're looking at, and to have a usable backyard and any amenities in the backyard, but